Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Odyssey with my audio-focused playthrough. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Alright. Okay. Let us load up. Alright. So, we're at a turning point in the story. We're up to the part of the story where we return to Athens and everything is fucked up in Athens. There's a big plague going on. So, need to make another save file, I think, just in case I need to reload. And of course I get attacked just as I was about to go into the map. Alright. Alright, wild animals. Let's go. Where are you? Back this way. Alright. Before we go to do the next part of the story, what I want to do is go to the blacksmith.
Κατανοώ ότι θέλεις να συναντήσει με ίσχυ.
των χρεών της χείρας.
Γέρε. Until next time. Welcome. Done. Goodbye then.
Done. Goodbye then. Alright. Need to go back to Athens, but I'm not going to fast travel directly there. We're going to go over this way instead. Because what I want to do is I want to make a couple of saves here. Alrighty then. Make manual save 2. And then manual save 3. And then use manual save 3 as a backup save. Alright, so manual save 2 is what I'll save over if I'm satisfied with the next part. And I think what I want to get first is the sound effects on their own. Actually, hang on, what am I doing? Although maybe there's... Let's see. Any dialogue from Barnabas or something. Actually, just in case there is, I may as well catch it. If. Not sure if it will.
Lower the sail! Rowing speed!
Attention! Commander leaving the helm!
Alright. Doesn't look like he had anything to say, so let's change the options back again of the sound to just be sound effects, and then we'll go into Athens. And do a first pass of this with the sound effects only. Hey there, Afro. You're fuming with rage right now. Only one mercenary left in your way to take number one spot, and you don't know where he is. You've killed 1/4 of the Greek population, but he won't come after you. Have you tried fighting in the arena or on the conquest, like in conquest battles? Because you might actually find some mercenaries that will attack you during those moments. Yes, no. I gotcha. A combination of the two. Oh yeah, in the arena you have, yeah, but not the battlefield. You killed everyone there. Cool. Alright, so what I want to do is reload the save that I made and catch that little bit again, but with the dialogue only on, just in case there's any NPC vocalizations that are on that track. Afro, even the legend dude came after you, but not the guy that you wanted. Yeah, I'm not sure where you'd find the final one then. Afro, for a mercenary that's called the Legend, he died quite quickly, poisoned and one overpower attack. That's right. Exesius, I think his name is. Exius the Legend or something like that. It's not very legendary. Afro, now you're at Thebes. You never know, maybe he's there.
Help me. Άδικον εστί. Τι λαμβάνει η χώρα. Οι οφθαλμοί μου πεσεύουσι. Τι γίνεται.
Δίψαν. Έχω. Ανάκρουσε πρίμναν.
Ουδήσε με βοηθήσει.
Το όντι, ο κνηρώσει, το όντι. Αλανί το κεράβινο δία. Μη με έξω πληγία στα κρόας εξάγει. Περιπάτη.
Ήθε έσχατον τούτο ή...
Ανέωξασή την κατηραμένη πύλη, ενέβαλον σε εις κατηραμένη αγρικία, είναι βέβαιος ότι ουφιλε...
Cassandra, you're back. Gotta run, sorry. Wait, where? I'll be right back. See you at Aspasias.
Sometimes I think you are too much like me.
And you have the right to be. Why do they hide in their houses and not quell the chaos that comes to Athens? Understand, Pericles is a sick man. Don't blame him for that. Blame him for bringing this curse that grips our once great city. We are Athenians. We settle our disputes democratically. But there comes a time when words are not enough, and the people must take action. Athens' name was once held high in the world. Now, what has it become? Let's return Athens to greatness. We will be feared again. Raise your voices. I promise you, you won't be ignored any longer. I didn't expect to see you.
What do you think you're doing? You're driving this mob to madness.
This is nothing. I will make Athens great again.
All right. Let's load up the save again, and I want to get the other dialogue. Oh. Afro, now you're at Thebes, killing the population there, waiting for nighttime so you can kill the Sphinx thingy. Then you suppose you'll go meet Marini. Be like, hey Marini, I'm back. Have you seen where the last mercenary is? Hey there, Anasune, welcome on in. Cleon's speech sounds like something that would be played over a trailer with a big battle taking place. Yeah, he's trying to make the crowds even more angry at what's going on and direct their anger towards Pericles as well.
Χρειανιχαντρού έχω.
Άπαντες δίε και νόσατε. Μείνει. Παράδοξο.
make a save here. Guess I can't. Oh, of course, because we're being attacked by wild animals. You think they would stop the wild animals from doing anything in this part of the games at this time, given the story?
Κίνησε αυτόν.
And you have the right to be. Why do they hide in their houses and not quell the chaos that's come to Athens? Understand! Pericles is a sick man. Don't blame him for that. Blame him for bringing this curse that grips our once great city. We are Athenians. We settle our disputes democratically. But there comes a time when words are not enough, and the people must take action. Athens' name was once held high in the world. Now, what has it become? Let's return Athens to greatness. We will be feared again. Raise your voices. I promise you, you won't be ignored any longer. I didn't expect to see you.
I need to find Aspasia and get out of this crazy city as soon as possible.
Alright, so that's all that was. Okay. Now, I need to get this part again, but with just the sound effects. Just in case there's any sound effects that are contextually relevant to Cleon being there. Anasune, you were doing some experimenting in Assassin's Creed 3. You found that you can duck under the brute's heavy swings. Now that's cool. So what do you do it? Afro, you know, for all this shit you're going through and the fact that Alexius took your Pericles kill, you really feel like you should kill Alexius as well. It's like, you took my kill, Alexius. God, you hate boars in this game. Klingon? Klingon, yeah. But I don't blame you. The boars in this game are just so damn friggin' annoying. Alright. So, I didn't realize that Socrates turns up there. So I'll have to reload the save and then get the dialogue with him and Cassandra. Understand, so you hold high profile, you flick the movement to disable combat, and you hold jump to duck. Interesting. Yeah. Because I know that in Black Flag, when a brute goes to attack you, you can do a counter, and then sometimes you'll roll out of the way. But I didn't know that you could actually just duck in Assassin's Creed 3. As in, during combat, I mean. I know you can duck outside of combat.
Δύστημος συνάνθρωπος!
Well,
I know you're angry, and you have the right to be. Why do they hide in their houses and not call the chaos that's come to Athens? Understand? Pericles is a sick man. Don't blame him for that. Blame him for bringing this curse that grips our once great city. We are Athenians. We settle our disputes democratically. But there comes a time when words are not enough, and the people must take action. Athens' name was once held high in the world. Now, what has it become? Let's return Athens to greatness. We will be feared again. Raise your voices. I promise you, you won't be ignored any longer.
Cassandra, it's good to have you back.
I've never seen anything like this.
Those who aren't killed by the plague run wild in the streets. Death is rampant, and it's only a warning. We have ignored what truly plagues us for too long. Cleon.
How can you worry about him at a time like this?
Under his reign, Athens will lose the freedom and glory that has put it on the world stage. It is time to turn my words into actions.
How?
You will find out as soon as I do.
I like that. You'll find out as soon as I do. Alright, so let's make a save here now that we've covered that. Alright, now to cover the next part, but with sound effects only. Now to grab that again, but with dialogue, and there's variations of dialogue I want to cover. I understand that whilst it looks cool, rolling is much more convenient. Oh, absolutely. It is cool, though, to find out something that is a different tactic in combat, though, to be able to do that. Alright, so let's change the volume to just the audio. And there's a few options in Aspasia's conversation that I want to cover individually. I'll get the non-priority dialogue out of the way first, and then reload the save, and then get the priority dialogue. Priority dialogue is anything that I've marked down as what I want to go with the dialogue choice. However, at some points I might want to just get the other dialogue just in case.
Aspasia.
Oh, Cassandra, you returned to Athens. What's left of Athens, the world we've built, is crumbling at our feet.
It's bleak, but it hasn't killed you.
You're right. But everything Pericles has built is being destroyed. It's chaos outside these walls. People have forgotten how to be people.
I came to talk to you. I found out some things about my mother. Her name, her shape.
Cassandra, it's not the time. Pericles is dying. He won't see me. He won't let Hippocrates in his room. He only babbles about going to his precious Parthenon.
The reason I came back to Athens was to talk to you about Myrine.
Your mother will live to see tomorrow. My love won't live to see another sunset.
You've had many sunsets with him. I've spent all my nights alone.
Pericles needs treatment, and the gods know he won't let me in. He respects you. Could you go to him?
I could try.
If you do, I will make the time to talk about your mother. For now, he needs your help.
It's worth a shot. Aspasia.
Oh, Cassandra, you returned to Athens. What's left of Athens, the world we've built, is crumbling at our feet.
It's as loud as a battlefield out there, and as violent.
They're calling for Pericles' head, as though he should know how to handle this catastrophe. No one is prepared for the end of the world.
I came to talk to you. I found out some things about my mother. Her name, her shape.
Cassandra, it's not the time. Pericles is dying. He won't see me. He won't let Hippocrates in his room. He only babbles about going to his precious Parthenon.
Pericles is a strong man. I'm sure he can fight the sickness.
You heard the mob. He can't defend himself. He'll die with no glory.
Athens has known him a lot longer than they've known this plague. He gave them a voice. His accomplishments will speak for him.
Pericles needs treatment, and the gods know he won't let me in. He respects you. Could you go to him?
I could try.
If you do, I will make the time to talk about your mother. For now, he needs your help.
It's worth a shot.
Gods help me.
Alright, so I've gotten that variation. Alright, I guess that dialogue only plays once. Alright, I just want to check something for some reason. It's weird. I changed one of my channel point redemptions and I changed what it's named, yet the actual name of it, when I click on the selection of using channel points, it still has the name that it used to be. Yet the details that I've edited as well are still remembered by it. So I don't know why. It just seems very weird to me. Like, what the hell? Ah, there we go. Now it actually has done. Alright. I need to reload the save anyway because I want to get sound effect audio with this next conversation with Pericles. But yeah, not yesterday, but the day before, the channel point redemption for me to choose a random movie and a scene from that movie and to say all the lines of dialogue from that scene with my Arnie impression, I deactivated it because I decided that that was a bit too time consuming to do. However, yesterday, when talking about it on stream, I thought about an alternative to do, and I've implemented the alternative now. So that has now changed to being I choose a random Arnold Schwarzenegger movie and I choose a scene from that movie and I say all his parts with his impression. Any other characters that are talking in the scene, I just talk in my normal voice, but I use my Arnie impression for his lines of dialogue. So that's something that I've changed with that. And the thing about that is, it'll be much easier and quicker for me to think of an Arnold movie specifically to get a scene from, rather than just any movie at all of any genre from any time period, which can sometimes take a while to find the actual scene that I want to do if it's a good one, because sometimes there's not that many scenes to choose from and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I've changed that to. Alright, so let's reload the save and let's do the sound effect stuff with Pericles' conversation. I forgot to make a save there. I'll just skip this dialogue stuff with Aspasia.
Aspasia, my light. I told you.
It's Cassandra.
Yes. Come in. It's embarrassing. Someone so strong, seeing me like this.
I admit, you don't quite look yourself.
I don't feel like myself either.
I brought your drugs.
Ah, yes. It's usually Phoebe who does the delivering. At least I'm alive. Though I can't say the same for my city.
It's a shadow of what it was.
Well, it will belong to Cleon now. He will have to lift it out of its sorry state. I wish to see it with my own eyes. Come to the balcony. Much has changed. I can't even stand up straight to look death in the eye.
You'll recover sooner if you let Hippocrates see you.
It's my time. The plague chooses no favorites. I fear I've failed Athens. Its people, Aspasia.
No, you haven't.
You're kind, but I've lost. Aspasia needs protection, as does Athens. I thought I gave enough to Athena, but it seems it isn't so. I should be out there, on the streets.
You'd be overtaken. There are mobs, and Cleon's doing nothing to calm them.
Thank the gods, Cleon won't see me like this. But that's all I can thank the gods for. They've turned on me.
The gods definitely aren't in Athens. I hardly recognize it here. It's like the Tartarus.
Athens' fate is decreed. All we can do now is wait.
You should go back inside. You need to rest.
Where I should be is in the Parthenon, my greatest legacy to Athens. We need the gods' blessing. But Aspasia...
Aspasia's right.
She often is. But not about this. Yes. I'll go inside. Thank you, Cassandra. Tell my Aspasia I was a good boy and took my drugs.
I will. I admit,
well, much has changed. I can't even stand up straight to look death in the
You'll
eye.
recover sooner if you let Hippocrates see you.
It's my time. The plague chooses no favorites. I fear I've failed Athens. Its people, Aspasia.
No, you haven't.
You're kind, but I've lost. Aspasia needs protection, as does Athens. I thought I gave enough to Athena, but it seems it isn't so.
It's not the gods' fault. It's the world. It's turned upside down.
Athens' fate is decreed. All we can do now is wait.
You should go back inside. You need to rest.
Where I should be is in the Parthenon.
I will. Pericles let me in. He took his drugs without complaint.
Thank you.
Something wrong?
I expected Phoebe back by now.
I saw her in the crowds outside. Did you send her somewhere?
I had her go to Anastasios to see about a ferry. As soon as Pericles is strong enough, we're leaving Athens. We have to.
But now she's missing.
I'm sure she's all right.
Did Pericles tell you what I said about the cult in Athens?
This cult, I thought it was his sickness speaking for him.
It's true. But Phoebe's smart. She knows the way back.
I hope so.
I'm going to look for her. Where is Anastasios' house?
It's across from the Odeon of Pericles.
Here. Aspasia, there's a plague. You've seen the streets. She's just a child.
Give her the credit she deserves. She's more of a fighter than I was at her age.
I told Pericles the cult is in Athens. It's too dangerous.
The cult? I thought it was the sickness talking.
I'm going to look for her. Where is Anastasios' house?
It's across from the Odeon of Pericles.
Here.
No time to lose, Mr.
Μια όρνη σου ότοχης είπε. Μια όρνη σου αποκτήσατε πολλά τη χρήματα των πρώτερων μήνα.
Αλγινών το κοινήν!
This looks like the place.
Ουδής του το αξιωθεί.
Τι δες τι άτινα αγγίπα. Ο μωροπαχύδερμος απεμέθησε και ανοίγει θράνον με... Έχω μια ιστορία να σε δείχνω.
By the gods! What happened here? This was savage. Done to send a message. I'm glad Phoebe wasn't here. Hopefully she's safe. Deimos must be carrying through on his threat. Phoebe! No! Hey! Stop!
Did I not just warn you?
Stop!
Phoebe! No! Hey! Stop! Phoebe!
Μυστιός!
Come on!
Someone help!
Phoebe! No, 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 no. Ella. Earth, Mother of all, I greet you. Ανιάζω.
Cassandra! Are you all right?
I need to speak to Aspasia.
We must find Pericles first. He's missing.
I don't fucking care! Tell me where Aspasia is!
Cassandra!
I'm sorry, Phoebe.
Aspasia went to find Pericles at the Parthenon. She should be there. I think we'd better go with her.
I agree, my friend. I agree.
There you are, Cassandra. Quickly, Pericles may be inside. What's gotten into you?
Phoebe is dead. She's dead because you sent her to do your work!
No, It's not true. Phoebe wanted to go. She told me she would be all right.
And you believe that child?
You know Phoebe. She wouldn't have taken no for an answer. It was out of my hands.
Out of your hands? You sent her away! You could have protected her!
What I asked of her was needed to protect Pericles. She lived to help others, Cassandra. She lived to help you.
It's a tragedy. She should be here.
Of course she should. But you know the cost of living this life.
I do. But did Phoebe?
Aspasia, you're here.
Any sign of Pericles?
If he's here, he's inside praying. He refused to stay safe in the villa.
Things have gotten even worse in the Agora. It's madness.
Speak later and act now. Pericles?
Go!
I'm going to destroy everything you ever created. Athens is mine.
Pericles!
Stay out of my way.
There was...
And you... What? That doesn't matter. She had to sacrifice herself for others, over and over.
And those who sacrifice themselves deserve more glory than any other. She is a hero in her own right.
I hope she knew that.
Aspasia,
If...
Stop!
I'm going to destroy everything you ever created.
Hello, Stanley. This Demos dude is toxic, to be honest. Bully and rude. Absolutely. He definitely is. Or Cassandra is, if you play as Alexios.
There was...
And you... What? I know that.
That doesn't take anything away from the tragedy. She was a special girl.
Aspasia, you're here.
If...
Stop!
I'm going to destroy everything you ever created.
Oh.
There was...
Phoebe was killed by cult guards before I could get to her.
Oh, no. Dear Phoebe.
She died alone in the street.
No, you found her. She wasn't alone. I know how much of a friend she was to you.
I won't let them get away with this.
You have to fight. For her.
Aspasia, you're here.
Any sign of Pericles?
If he's here, he's inside praying. He
Hey there,
refused
Shin.
to stay safe
How's
in
things
the
going,
villa.
dude?
Things have gotten even worse in the Agora. It's madness.
Speak later and...
Go!
I'm going to destroy everything
Hey there, Brutus. Welcome on in. How's things? Shin, you need some advice about the order you play the DLC for Assassin's Creed Origins. Oh, that's no worries, Shin. So with Origins, they kept it simple. The Hidden Ones DLC takes place after all the main story stuff in the main game. And then the Curse of the Pharaohs takes place a few years after all the events that happen in the Hidden Ones DLC. So they kept it in chronological order. Brutus, things are good. How are you? Oh, that's great, Brutus. Glad to hear that. I'm going really good. Having a good Sunday. We had to have our electricity turned off on a planned thing, and it took a few hours for them to sort it. It wasn't just my place, though. It was like a whole block and more. And so just had to wait for that to come back on. But going really well. Shin, cool. Thanks. You're playing the Assassin's Creed RPGs in order. Oh, good. Yeah. Odyssey is where they start to make it complex as to which DLC is supposed to take place in what order, because they wanted to try and make it that the player decides that, yet they didn't make the writing fit that. So, and then Valhalla is similar as well. There's no actual concrete thing necessarily for when the Siege of Paris DLC takes place. Although maybe that's a bit more easy because there's a few sieges of Paris that happen in real life apparently, but the particular one that they cover is a certain year, of course. But as for the Wrath of the Druids, you could do that as soon as it becomes available in the main story without even finishing the main story first if you wanted to, you know. Which I'm not really a big fan of. If you're going to make it that the player can decide when to do content, make sure that the content is written in such a way that it's possible and plausible, and not have plot holes.
What's Phoebe? You
Ask any
if
Stop!
I'm going to destroy everything you ever created.
You die here!
All is lost now.
He was a great man. Perhaps greater than we even knew.
We need to get her out of Athens.
We'll take my ship. We have to leave. Don't let him die in vain.
Never. We have to move quickly.
Stay close, just in case.
Shinya finally found the most expensive game on Steam. So is it $1 million? No, just kidding. So what is it and how much is it? Brutus, probably Sims 4. All the DLC costs thousands. Yeah, if you added all that up, I imagine that would be close. Shin actually does cost 1 million. Oh, what a guess. 1 million USD, and it's titled Spooky Men. It's a 1 to 8 player co-op survival game. Jeez. Must be the best game in the world. And all the players who play it must get paid a wage to play it. It's going to cost that much. expansion technically costs 999,999.99 USD. Alright, that's a long chunk of stuff because you can't stop it to reload a save and all that kind of stuff. So now to do all that again but for dialogue. And I'm going to have to keep doing this to get the other dialogue options with Aspasia as well, because I want to cover both.
Stop! Cleon has ordered that no one leave Athens. And he wants Aspasia brought to him.
I'm not going.
Leave!
Don't let them go.
You're dead!
Go away, stupid!
You! Stop right there!
Die!
I expected more. Bet you have some regrets. Your form is buried.
Somebody get water!
How are you still? I'll shove this blade through your skull!
It's all clear now. Let's go.
We're going to stay, Cassandra.
What? Why?
My work is here. I can't leave the Athenians in the state they're in.
You don't need us to protect Aspasia. Leave Athens to us.
The city has been taken. This isn't the Athens you used to know.
That is why I must stay. We must begin again.
You're sure?
I have lived as an Athenian, and I will die as an Athenian.
Then do something for me. Both of you.
Of course.
Retrieve Phoebe's body. Give her a proper burial.
Everything she deserves, and more.
Thank you.
Time to go, Cassandra.
And I expect to see you both again. Alive.
The farther we get from Athens, the quieter it grows, as though it's peaceful. But I know better.
I'm sorry, Aspasia, about Pericles and Athens.
You have no need to apologize for anything.
It feels like I let everyone down. I didn't get to them quick enough. I didn't make the right decisions.
It's not your fault. There's no one to blame but the cult of Cosmos.
I'll make each of them beg for mercy before I kill them.
That time will come. For now, let us look to the future. Do you have a heading?
I was hoping you would help me with that.
Yes, of course. This woman.
Phoenicas. Her ship was called Siren Song.
Phoenicas. Yes, I know the name. Last anyone heard, her ship was docked on the island of Naxos.
Then we go to Naxos to see Phoenicas.
Commander at the helm!
All right, time to cover the other dialogue choices. Obviously, I'm going to skip to the dialogue choice, choose something different, and then once it gets back to dialogue we've already heard, skip it until we get to the next choice, choose something different, rinse and repeat. That'll make this process go a little bit quicker this time around for this pass-through.
Cleo,
I'm...
don't...
I'll enjoy this.
Where do you... What's Μέχρι τινός. Εσχρότα.
It's all...
We're...
What?
You...
You saw what happened to Pericles. You want the same to happen to you?
If every dissenting voice disappears, the people won't turn against him. They need me here.
You're sure?
I have lived as an Athenian, and I will die as an Athenian.
Then do something for me. Both of you.
Of course.
Time. You... I did everything I could to keep people safe.
No one thinks otherwise, Cassandra. The cult of Cosmos simply had a plan we didn't see soon enough, and they struck when the time was right.
I'll make each of them beg for mercy before I kill them.
That time will come. For now, let us look to the future.
Alright, so that's all that part with Athens being plagued and Pericles dying, Phoebe dying, and us escaping. Gotten all the different sound effects in each different part, got all the different dialogue options in every single instance. So now it's time to make another save.
The commander's left the helm!
You'll find Phoenicas in the villa at the center of town. All the city's business is conducted there.
Then that's my next stop.
Have you thought about what you'll say to her?
I have questions about my past. My mother has answers she kept from me that I need.
About your family?
There are secrets. Someone important told me she would be able to help me understand.
You should be cautious.
What do you mean?
Think about your questions carefully. What we know about our past can shape our future. We'll reach Naxos soon.
We've had quite the adventure.
Yes, although I don't think it's over yet.
Where will you go?
I have some business to attend to before moving on, and I have friends in the city I need to see.
I doubt there's a speck of land in the Aegean where you don't know someone.
You might be right. It comes with a profession, I suppose. And who knows, maybe I'll see you again.
It doesn't seem that big of an island. Anything's possible.
I'd like to know if all the trouble to find Phoenicas was worth it.
I'd like to know, too.
Commander away! You're released until further orders.
You'll then hear. I haven't really thought about it.
Well, I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about.
Yes, we do.
We'll reach Naxos soon.
We've had quite the adventure.
Yeah, I'd
There's much to do, and many unknowns on our horizon.
Alright, so I've treated each single main quest as its individual thing, even though there's some main quests where the sub-quests under it could be considered part of the main quest and counted as one, but I've counted them as each individual ones. And so we're up to a Mother's Prayer, and in my count, it is the 30th main quest. And so the last main quest as part of the Family Questline that I've numbered is where is it? Is 52. In this current phase, I'm only doing up to the Family Questline being finished. At a later date sometime, probably months from now, because I want to take a break from this kind of playthrough with this game, I'll do phase 2, which will cover all the other cult members. There's cult members that will come into your path as you do the Family Questline, but then there's all the other cultists left afterwards to deal with.
Get ready to set sail!
Helm's ready for you, Commander. There's some debris in the water.
Sails! Now!
Your heartbeat is as loud as the sea itself.
We're approaching Naxos.
Are you excited?
Nervous? What will I say to her?
Cassandra, you've traveled half the Greek world to find her. You don't have to say anything. Just being there will be enough.
But what if she is disappointed in me?
Listen, any mother would want a child as brave and as loyal as you. If I were your mother, I would be the nervous one.
You think so?
I know so. Now go and find her. You waited long enough for this.
Awesome. I was able to get the dialogue to actually trigger without anything else interrupting it, without Barnabas also yelling, "Salvage!" or anything like that, without being attacked by any ships or anything. So that's good.
Slow it down! Raise oars! Ready oars! More oars! Fast as we can! Ready for docking!
Alright. Need to get the dialogue now.
I won't be intimidated. Stock the barracks and double the patrols. If Paros is sending them, I want to know the moment they make landfall.
Yes, Archon.
But Archon, please,
Xerxes,
the merchants have...
I understand your concerns. But protecting the town and the quarries is what's most important. You may all go. The meeting is over. Cassandra. How? When I closed my eyes, I could still see you falling. I thought I had lost you. Alexios is alive. They have him, don't they? I rebuilt my life from ashes. Do you understand? Now you tell me you're alive. You're both alive. It's really you. It's not some trick of the gods. No, I found you. Your brother. We have to get him back. He's too far gone. I gave up on you both once. Never again.
What
How
have
did you...
I have a lot of questions.
I think we both do. But ask. I'll answer what I can.
What happened to you in Argolis after that night?
I found your brother and rushed to a young doctor's apprentice, Hippocrates. I thought I'd lost you. I wasn't ready to lose you both.
I spoke with him recently. That night still haunts him.
I was heartbroken when the healers in Asclepios told me Alexios was dead. The two of you were my whole world.
But he did live. They lied to you.
They must have realized he was special and handed him over to the cult.
What do you mean, he was special?
What's wrong?
Soldiers from Paros just made landfall in the cove. A small force, maybe a dozen.
Malaka. Timo, gather the troops. Questions will have to wait, Lamb.
I want to help.
I assume you can use those weapons?
Better than when you last saw me.
Good. Come.
Who is...
Alright, need to get the other option of dialogue.
attacking?
I won't be intimidated. Stock the barracks and double the patrols. If Paros is...
I want to know about my real father.
How did you know?
I was told.
Nikolaos. You saw him.
In Megaris, yes.
Nikolaos was your father. He was the man who raised you. Until he took his Spartan duty too far.
He mentioned another. What can you tell me about him?
I always hoped you would never need to discover the truth. But there are things you need to know if we are to stop the cult.
What do you mean?
He sought me out before I knew your Nikolaos. I've not heard from him in a long time. What's wrong?
So, I want to
I assume you can...
Better than when...
Good. Come.
Who is attacking?
Paros, across the bay. It seems Silanos has finally grown tired of sharing the marble trade.
Why now?
We've always had problems with Paros. I expected an attack, just not so soon.
I guess the time for talking is over.
Allies often forget their allegiances when opportunity beckons.
Πάυσε! Πληγήν προκαλέσεις.
Why are you working with Sparta, given all that's happened?
Paros made an alliance with the Athenians, so they left me little choice.
You needed support.
A rivalry with Paros is one thing, but they turned it into a war. Their partnership with Athens was too much to weather for Naxos alone.
Τι πεις, ω άνθρωπε! Άκανθος εις πέρνη.
Oye! Προστίτο φεδρών.
Alright, what I need to do is do that again. Because the difficulty with getting dialogue audio when characters are on horseback is you're also having the interference from the NPCs along the way who are making noises, because their vocalizations, of course, are tied to the dialogue track, not the sound effect track. Same with any sounds of exertion that might happen when you're on the horse, or any noises like, hiya, and all that kind of stuff. I've noticed that if you just keep on moving the horse without stopping or stopping and changing direction, then Cassandra isn't prone to go hiya and stuff like that with the horse. So there's all these considerations as I'm listening to the dialogue happening while the horse riding's going on, and so I'll have to do a few takes of it just in case one doesn't actually work out.
What happened to...
I found... What's my question? Good.
Who is attacking?
Paros, across the bay. It seems Silanos has finally grown tired of sharing the marble trade.
Why now?
We've always had problems with Paros. I expected an attack, just not so soon.
I guess the time for talking is over.
Allies often forget their allegiances when opportunity beckons.
Slow down! You're going to hurt someone!
Imi, φόβον με προκαλείς.
Ουδής ασφαλής εν ελάβει εστί, ουκ έστι.
Why are you working with Sparta, given all that's happened?
Paros made an alliance with the Athenians, so they left me little choice.
You needed support.
A rivalry with Paros is one thing, but they turned it into a war. Their partnership with Athens was too much to weather for Naxos alone.
κείμενο ενθάδετεύτηκα.
It would have been good if there was actually different options for like dialogue. Like you would have main dialogue, which is all the main characters. Then you would have NPC dialogue, which would be separate volume control. So you could turn that off completely if you wanted to. That would be very handy in this situation, but it's impossible to do with this game. But that would be cool, I think, to be an option for people who may not necessarily like hearing the NPC dialogue all the time and all that kind of stuff.
I won't be intimidated. Stock the barracks and double the patrols.
But I might be able to cobble something together with the multiple different aspects of the audio from the dialogue as well, even if I have to do it word for word.
Good.
Who is attacking?
Paros, across the bay. It seems Silanos has finally grown tired of sharing the marble trade.
Why now?
We've always had problems with Paros. I expected an attack, just not so soon.
I guess the time for talking is over.
Allies often forget their allegiances when opportunity beckons.
What's your problem?
Πάυσε τούτου.
Πάυσεις τούτου.
Why are you working with Sparta, given all that's happened?
Paros made an alliance with the Athenians, so they left me little choice.
You needed support.
A rivalry with Paros is one thing, but they turned it into a war. Their partnership with Athens was too much to weather for Naxos alone.
Yeah!
Alright, now I want to try something different. I want to see how long it takes for the dialogue from Marini to actually stop based on how far away you might be from her. Because if I can get her dialogue to happen before we hear the sounds of the NPCs that she's running over, that would be good.
I won't be intimidated. Stock the barracks and double the patrols.
What happened?
What soldiers from Quest? Better. Good.
Who is attacking?
Paros, across the bay. It seems Silanos has finally grown tired of sharing the marble trade.
Why now?
We've always had problems with Paros. I expected an attack, just not so soon.
I guess the time for talking is over.
Allies often forget their allegiances when opportunity beckons.
Watch yourself!
Ουκούνι ρίστο μετέβεν με ταυτής αγορασόμενη εντάπητα. Η αγορά πληθύσεην. Κακίνος ο πυθικηδεύσα έπαιζε με φαινός κοινός.
Περιπολών την βάζεις.
Ούκ αρεστόν λιτούτο.
Κόδωναν κρούο.
Άνθρωπος της τρώσετε. Αλλά τ' άλλον.
Ούκ έγνω τη δι πράτην.
Επικαλούμεσαι μάκαρ.
Why are you working with Sparta, given all that's happened?
Paros made an alliance with the Athenians, so they left me little choice.
You needed support.
A rivalry with Paros is one thing, but they turned it into a war. Their partnership with Athens was too much to weather for Naxos alone.
Alright, so that was interesting. I think it's going to be impossible to get each instance of dialogue audio in this whole conversation riding to the destination without any interference from an NPC. So I'll just have to put up with the NPCs making certain noises depending on which chunks of the audio I use and what one out of all those chunks of the same audio that I choose, depending on which one has the most interference from the NPCs going, all this stuff.
What happened?
What's my question? Good.
Who is attacking?
Paros, across the bay. It seems Silanos has finally grown tired of sharing the marble trade.
Why now?
We've always had problems with Paros. I expected an attack, just not so soon.
I guess the time for talking is over.
Allies often forget their allegiances when opportunity beckons.
Μεγαλώνει.
Why are you working with Sparta, given all that's happened?
Paros made an alliance with the Athenians, so they left me little choice.
You needed support.
A rivalry with Paros is one thing, but they turned it into a war. Their partnership with Athens was too much to weather for Naxos alone.
Alright, I think that variation there is probably going to be the best. So let's make another save now. Now I need to do the next part with the sound effects only. Alright, now to get that, but with the dialogue only now, just in case there's any sort of like dialogue that's happening from the battles that I might be able to actually use enemies saying certain lines of dialogue and stuff like that.
Τι τούτο παιδεύεις?
Oh, oh.
No! Don't take a step back! This is the end of you!
I'll kill you!
Now you die!
This was a bad idea!
Spartan!
I won't be the one to die here!
You!
No! We bow before no one!
Today is your last time!
Oh, oh. Oh, oh.
All right, make a save, and now get the dial. Sorry, get the sound effects only.
There's always been a rivalry between the islands. After all, Naxos used to control Paros and Andros. They're envious of our craftsmen, too.
And now?
They think they deserve expansion. Their oligarch demands their wings spread wide. But we'll clip their wings before that happens.
They don't know who they're up against.
You remind me of Nikolaos. You fight just like him. Ruthless and cunning. He would be proud.
I've never forgotten what you both taught me. I had a good education.
I wanted you to be unstoppable. And you are.
I want to know about my real father.
How did you know?
I was told.
Nikolaos. You saw him?
In Megaris, yes.
Nikolaos was your father. He was the man who raised you. Until he took his Spartan duty too far.
He mentioned another. What can you tell me about him?
I always hoped you would never need to discover the truth. But there are things you need to know if we are to stop the cult.
What do you mean?
He sought me out before I knew your Nikolaos. I've not heard from him in a long time.
Why didn't you tell me the truth about Nikolaos?
You were just a child. You looked up to him. I couldn't bring myself to take that from you then, and I'm sorry you know now.
I've been sheltered from the truth long enough. I don't understand why the cult targeted our family.
There are many reasons, Lamb.
What did we ever do to them?
Now that we're reunited, it's more a question of what we could do to them.
They fear us.
Your ancestors have been a thorn in their side for generations. They've decided we need to be eliminated to ensure their plans come to fruition.
The cult will pay for all they've done to our family and the Greek world.
You are mighty, Lamb, but you cannot defeat that beast with sword and spear alone.
I'll use any weapon I can to make them suffer as we have. I know you left Sparta, but how did you end up on this island?
I couldn't stand by Nikolaos after what he did. I had to get out of Sparta.
So why here?
I saw an opportunity to help people, to grow something. I was elected to rule and protect this island from those who would ruin what we've built.
What about Sparta? You know what's happening there, and it needs your help, like Naxos once did.
I thought about returning on more than one occasion, but it was too painful.
Sometimes the most painful things are the things we should do. Let's continue this discussion somewhere the smell of death doesn't linger.
Ride with me.
It's interesting. Some of the dialogue there, if you don't choose the option when you first reunite with Merlini to actually ask about who your real father is, if you ask that question on the beach, it'll be the same response that you would get if you had chosen to ask about him when you first were reunited with Merlini. I don't know which version I'll use, but I've got both versions now of when she says that stuff when you first reunite with her, and now also when she says it when you're on the beach.
There's all they think that you're...
Nikolaos might have played the part of my father, but he wasn't. He tried to kill me.
What he did was wrong, Cassandra. I hated him for it, but he did love you in his own way. I can assure you of that.
I want to know about my real father.
How did you know?
I was told.
Nikolaos. You saw him?
In Megaris, yes.
Nikolaos was your father.
He mentioned another. What can you tell me about him?
I always...
What do you mean?
He sought me out before I knew your father.
Knowing would only have complicated things.
You still had a right to know the truth.
You did what you thought was best, like any mother. I don't understand why the cult targeted our family.
There are many reasons.
What did we ever do?
Now that we reunite,
they fear.
Your ancestors have been
If it's our family they fear, we'll reunite and give them a reason to be afraid.
Many have tried to stop them and failed.
We are not those people. Where others failed, we will succeed. I know you left Sparta.
I couldn't stop.
So why here?
I saw an opportunity to help.
You've done some incredible things. Naxos is lucky to have you as its leader.
It's not been without its difficulties, but I'm proud of what we've achieved.
It's a pity there aren't more leaders like you. Let's continue this discussion.
Ride with me. There's all they thought you.
The real world taught me better. When someone wants your head, you have to learn to save your neck.
I know exactly what you mean.
I want.
Nico,
what he. Knowing would you. I don't understand. What did they?
Your answer.
If it's our family, I know.
I saw.
You. Let's continue this discussion.
Careful!
Come on. The island is beautiful.
It is. Sparta has nothing on Naxian beaches.
Sparta. All I remember is the bottom of Mount Taygetos.
When I brought you to the Pythia as a baby, she never said we would live a nightmare. She said you had such promise.
The Pythia can't predict everything.
Η Κιέβη παραμένει τη σήμερον.
Your general acted quickly, raising the alarm.
Timo knows Paris is a threat. They make their business clear.
They can't be more clear than sending soldiers. There's no treaty?
Maybe there was, but it's long over. Now there's no mistaking them for anything but the enemy.
An enemy I could help you defeat.
We'll discuss that later. But I think you're right.
Αθωότατος ημί.
Off we go now.
Ω, Θεοί, διατί εμέ, διατί εμέ.
Paros must be stopped. Paros must be stopped. Paros must be stopped. Paros must be stopped. The temple's coming along, Evandros.
It will stay in ruins if we don't secure more donations. Soldiers can't get all the funds.
They can if you don't want the temple destroyed by our enemy. But I'll see what I can do.
It's a good deed restarting construction. Ligdamis was a great man who deserves reverence.
His battles against corruption and oligarchy are lessons we all should remember. I do intend to finish the temple.
Thank you, Phoenix.
What a strange day.
But
I've seen you.
I'm... So we can...
I will... Paros, what we must... If you...
Alright, I want to get another pass at that dialogue writing to that location.
The island is beautiful.
It is. Sparta has nothing on Naxian beaches.
Sparta. All I remember is the bottom of Mount Taygetos.
When I brought you to the Pythia as a baby, she never said we would live a nightmare. She said you had such promise.
The Pythia can't predict everything.
Ου φεύρωσι!
Ού δυνάμεθα συνευρίσκεστε τιούτο τρόπος, καθοδόν πλησίον οίκου, ο εμός πενθερός οίκη πλέον διαμένει και εμέ κατασκοπεύει.
Επιτρέπετε εσείς να αναστρέφεστε φίλους έτη. Το όντι ενοχλείται ούτως ένα κατ' ούτου.
Ο μωραπαχυδέρμος απεμέφησε και ανοίγει θράνων μεταφυλίων. Εστιπέγνιον άραγε.
Ανατρέφουσι τα τέκνας
Είδες τι άσυνα ακίκο, ο μωροπαχύδερμος απεμέθησε και ανοίγει θράνων μεταφυλίων. Εστιπέγνιον άραγε.
Αλτ!
Your general acted quickly, raising the alarm.
Timo knows Paris is a threat. They make their business clear.
They can't be more clear than sending soldiers. There's no treaty?
Maybe there was, but it's long over. Now there's no mistaking them for anything but the enemy.
An enemy I could help you defeat.
We'll discuss that later. But I think you're right.
Απεχθέσεστη. Έχουμε μαρμελούλη στην προχείωτε. Βλεψή επιδιασχιζούσες ήον το σώμα.
Οποιούν αγία μοίρα την άκοσμηματα εκλεκτά. Είδατε φλεγόν ποιούν τα βασκάνια. Τεχνών μίξης πολίων βε πολυλίστη λιτήρα κακό.
Alright. That's probably the best I'm going to get for that writing dialogue. Make a save here.
The temple's coming along, Evandros.
It will stay in ruins if we don't secure more donations. Soldiers can't get all the funds.
They can if you don't want the temple destroyed by our enemy. But I'll see what I can do.
It's a good deed restarting construction. Ligdamis was a great man who deserves reverence.
His battles against corruption and oligarchy are lessons we all should remember. I do intend to finish the temple.
Thank you, Felix.
Alright, now I need to get this scene with just the sound effects, so I'll skip through all this dialogue again.
What is that? I'm...
So we can...
If
they...
I will... What do you... What we must... Don't... If...
Hey there, Harbinger. Thank you for leaving the lurk. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the conversation that Berlini has with that dude, I can't skip that conversation. You have to actually listen to it to go all the way through. And so I can't have a save that's after that conversation stops because the game automatically goes into the cutscene.
The temple's coming along, Evandros.
It will stay in ruins if we don't secure more donations. Soldiers can't get all the funds.
They can if you don't want the temple destroyed by our enemy. But I'll see what I can do.
It's a good deed restarting construction. Ligdamis was a great man who deserves reverence.
His battles against corruption and oligarchy are lessons we all should remember. I do intend to finish the temple.
Thank you, Phoenix.
What a strange day it has been.
But a good one.
I've certainly had worse.
Me too.
You have grown into a remarkable woman, but I see the burden you carry on your shoulders.
Finding you has lessened it, I think.
I'm glad, but I have wondered why the gods chose to reunite us now.
So we can destroy the cult once and for all.
If only it were that simple. You are mighty, but we cannot stop them alone.
They are the source of all our pain, and they will cause more to many others unless we act.
I put that life behind me the moment I left Sparta. I have Naxos to worry about now.
Let me help you here. We can safeguard Naxos and then hunt down the cult together.
Myrrine, the symposium is about to start.
By the gods! I'm sorry, my sweet. I forgot. Prepare the horses. I'll be out shortly.
The symposium?
I need to show the people their leader is strong and in control. Sometimes the face we show to the world needs to be one of strength, despite the chaos we harbor beneath. I will help you stop the cult, but before I can leave Naxos, I have to ensure it will survive without me.
What do you need?
Paros has to be dealt with. We need to weaken their position. Once they're vulnerable, they will make a reckless decision and we will strike.
What did you have in mind?
We must force the Paros fleet to engage us and destroy it. But my admiral, Aeneas, is missing. His ship was sailing for Paros to engage in peace talks, and he never returned.
Don't worry. I'll find him.
If you need me, I'll be at the symposium. Although, try to look less intimidating should you choose to pay me a visit.
Hello there, Mr. Goethe. According to a recent survey, you can replace words with the names of musical instruments in sentences. It often goes undetected. Nice one. Accordion. That's a good one, dude. How's it going? Alright, so this dialogue with this dude, we have to listen to it. We can't skip it.
The temple's coming along, Evandros.
It will stay in ruins if we don't secure more donations. Soldiers can't get all the funds.
Έκρουσα τον κόδωνα. Τούτου πάβε πάρα αυτά. Υπερεύειν τα εσκαμμένα. Η μόξη πικρά.
They can if you don't want the temple destroyed by our enemy. But I'll see what I can do.
It's a good deed restarting construction.
Ligdamis was a great man who deserves reverence.
His battles against corruption and oligarchy are lessons we all should remember. I do intend to finish the temple.
Thank you, Phoenix.
What a strange... I've seen you... I'm...
I think they felt it was about time our family found each other again.
If we want to be truly united, we have to find Alexios and rescue him from the cult's grasp.
They are the source of all our pain, and they will cause more to many others unless we act.
I put that life behind me the moment I left Sparta. I have Naxos to worry about now.
Let me help you here. We can safeguard Naxos and then hunt down the cult together.
Myrrine, the symposium is about to...
I will... Paros, we must...
Don't...
If...
Ready the oars!
Commander! And? What happened on Naxos? Did you find your mother?
I found her, Varnavas.
Wonderful! Maybe now we can kick back and relax.
But... I have bad news. We know the cult of Cosmos poisons everything they touch, but now even Sparta's in their grasp. They'll have everyone fighting like dogs until the world is back to the Dark Ages. I have to stop them.
Then that's where we'll sail to next!
I'm glad you're with me.
Alright, I'm going to do this one first. Hey there, Blue Jester, welcome on in.
To your positions!
Good to have you back, Commander.
Sails! Rowers, in position! We'll stop here! You're the only survivor?
They took prisoners. I was too far gone to carry back to Paros.
What happened?
We came to talk peace with Paros. They ambushed us.
What of your captain, Aeneas?
Took him.
If Paros has him, where would he be?
They joked about tying him atop the quarry and letting the sun soften him up.
Why keep him alive?
Leverage. They know he's important to Finicas.
I'll get him.
Make them pay.
There's Aeneas. He's in bad shape.
I need to stay hidden.
Αληθώς τούτο συνέβη. Help! Get me out! Η Σόναρ καθεύδω. Maybe one day I can return the favor. Ah!
What was that?
John! Oh!
Something's going on.
May the
You're a
gods
hard
bless
man
you.
to kill.
I know she wouldn't abandon me. Quick, let's get out of here.
Of course, he'd have dialogue that wasn't given subtitles happening at the same time as other dialogue. Great. Thank you, game.
There's Aeneas. He's in bad shape.
There'll be trouble if I'm spotted here.
Huh? Draw your weapon!
To the dead! Γιατί τούτον όλον. Τι λαμβάνει χώραν. Thank you. I owe you my life. Απαπέ! Πόρο! Επικίνδυνον εστί.
Alright, so this time I'll make a save right here, so that if that double dialogue from him happens again... that's right, I can't because I'm in the fucking bloody thingo zone. Hang on. Let's get out of this insofar as it goes yellow. There we go, we should be able to save now. Alright, at least if the double dialogue from him happens again, I don't have to travel as far to get back once I've reloaded the save.
You're a hard man to kill.
I know she wouldn't abandon me. Quick, let's get out of here.
Well, it's actually Cassandra's dialogue that he interrupts. But I guess if it's going to happen every time, there's no way to avoid it, so just accept it as part of the conversation. I mean, after all, in real life, we don't always wait till the other person's finished talking before we say something. So it's plausible narratively that this guy would be saying something to Cassandra like that, even though she's already talking over the top of him.
You're a hard man to kill.
I know she wouldn't abandon me. Quick, let's get out of here.
Of course, and some piece of shit guard has to fucking show up too. I was hoping that if there was a bit of distance between me and the guy that his dialogue would be so faint you'd hardly hear it, but only hear Cassandra's dialogue, but it still happened at the same volume for him.
Best stay out of sight. You're a hard man to kill.
I know she wouldn't abandon me. Quick, let's get out of here.
Alright, that's as good as I can get it. He's always meant to say what he says after you free him. Alright, now that we've done that chunk of it, I can make another save. Hey there, Kenway. The project's going well. In terms of like the main missions, we're up to Quarry Quandary. It's part of a set of missions that you can do in any order, but you need to do all of them. And I've numbered that as mission 31. The Family Questline, the final mission for that I've numbered is 52. So we still have a fair way to go before we get to the quest called Where It All Began. I don't know how far I'll get because obviously the process is long depending on so many different variables. Then we've got a whole big thing coming up with the Olympics in this game story. I hate that story arc. In my project, I'm going to hope to condense it down to a really quick event. Hello, Geskra. Welcome on in. How's things going? now to get that dialogue, and I want to get both variations. Geskra, good. That's excellent to hear, Geskra. Gathering some editing footage, eh? Yeah, I'm focusing at the moment on the audio side of things with sound effects and dialogue. That way, if I choose to cut out any dialogue, whether that's like any certain words and stuff, or shorten conversations, or completely take them out, at least I've got the sound effects and the dialogue separate from each other, and the music, of course, to give me more versatility when it comes to actually editing. And in some cases, I might be able to cobble together different bits of dialogue that in gameplay you could only, choose one or the other type option, and maybe amalgamate it together to create a whole different kind of response. But I won't know that till I actually get into the nitty-gritty of editing it, and that's going to be a long time for now, because it's just so time-consuming, because I'm covering not only the Family Questline, but all the cultists as well as all the mythological creature stuff too. And there's no way I'm going to just do all that in one run. So I've separated into phases. So the first phase is going to be just the Family Questline. The second phase is finishing off any cultists that don't come into your path during the Family Questline. And then the third phase will be finishing off and doing all the mythological creature stuff. Just curious, what's your Odyssey Project to walk through? No, it's actually a re-edit of the whole game's story. Keeping certain elements of the story, of course. I'm not completely changing the ending of the story per se, but just taking out things that I don't like or don't fit the narrative or are pointless or are mundane or are redundant or go against the narrative flow, like whether it's character interactions that don't actually make sense and dialogue that doesn't make sense and anything that contradicts other stuff and that kind of thing. Oh yeah, Geskra, that's the thing too. And originally I was going to do it as one big video, but then I decided no, it'll probably be better to do it like a series and actually have an intro for each episode and an outro for each episode as well before the next episode, and have it so that people can either binge watch the whole thing or just watch it whenever they want, kind of thing. So I think that's the format that would suit better. And then I can separate it into chunks better and be able to have sort of like some episodes might end on like a little bit of a, cliffhanger, or it might end on, something that's a bit, and then boom, that's the end of that episode. And then the next episode carries on from what happened in the previous one. That's the idea for it. But I don't know when this will actually be finished. It could be finished anywhere from a year to 3 or 4 years from now. I don't know. But I just need all the material first before I can actually really start it. Like, I've done some tests here and there. I was doing some tests with conversations at the start of the game between Cassandra and Phoebe, testing how much of the start of their dialogue I can get before the text disappears off the screen of the dialogue choice. Because obviously, to get it to do what I want to do, I want to erase any evidence of there being dialogue choices and have it flow as if it was just all scripted to happen that way, and do that. And when they actually focus on characters in a conversation, they tend to have the camera focus on the character speaking, and then when they're finished, it cuts to the person they were speaking to. That person says their dialogue, back and forth with the camera angles, which means if there's a whole chunk of dialogue that a character's saying that I don't like, then I can basically take that whole thing out and grab another bit of the camera focusing on them and have them listen to what the other character's saying, But I won't really know in full how well I can do that until I have all the material to work with. That's why I wanted to get the dialogue audio separate, because then I don't have to worry about the starts and ends of clips being dependent on, well, I can't cut it there for the dialogue, because then that would make the actual visual shorter, or vice versa, you know. But the other thing is too, all these different variations on dialogue choices and what gets said, when I put them on the editing timeline side by side and then play it, it'll give me a better overview of how things are, and then that way I can go in and then, you know, chop it up. And there might be some things where I'm like, I like what this character says, so I'll keep that. I'll delete this part, and then I'll bring this other bit from the conversation that if you choose the other option you would get, and bring it into this one. But again, it's hard to know how that will flow until I'm literally taking the pieces and then cobbling them together and all that kind of stuff. In terms of the visuals, there was a couple of playthroughs I did in 2021 and 2022 for my annual playthroughs, where I went through and I got all the parts of the game with gameplay, of course, and all that kind of stuff. But then for 2022's annual playthrough, I was like, oh shit, I need to get some clips of gameplay without the HUD on. So for that annual playthrough, I redid the game story the way that I've got it plotted out in my document. And at certain points in the gameplay, I put the HUD off to help with the immersion factor of going from a cutscene to gameplay and having a character move somewhere. And I also had to get different kinds of transitions to use. So when the character meditates and it changes what time of day or night it is, that's when I can use that as a transition. I can also use the moments where Icaros is flying over things to actually use as a transition, and can do montages of stuff. If there's certain events that I want to get done, like boom, 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 instead of boom, boom, at least in a montage, I can make it faster pace with certain things and all that kind of stuff. Guest Chris, so why Odyssey? So out of the last three games, I find that this one is the one that really makes it difficult for not only the people who wrote Valhalla afterwards, but anyone else who comes to write stories after, because this creates certain inconsistencies in the lore of the series that make it difficult for new writers to actually rectify when they do their games. So what I'm going to try and do is make it match as best as I can to the lore of the series as established, and then also make sure it ties into what Valhalla did as well. So that's why I'm playing as Cassandra, not as Alexios, because Cassandra's canon as the Eagle Bearer, and Alexios is canon as Deimos. So that's why I'm doing it this way, with Cassandra as the main character and all that kind of stuff. And there's also some things in the narrative I find don't really matter in the overall story, like there's a plague on Kefalonia. If you never, ever, ever go near the side quest on Kefalonia related to the plague, later on, Barnabas will actually mention that he heard there was a plague in Kefalonia. Then the next point where that gets mentioned is Phoebe asks Cassandra about it. But after that, even though there's dialogue, scripted dialogue that says, I will go and check Kefalonia and see if this plague even happened. But after that point, if you don't even check for the plague after that, there's no other points in the story where they remind you about it again. So that's that whole part. I'm going to take that completely out, so that when Cassandra talks to Barnabas, he never mentions it. When Cassandra talks to Phoebe, Phoebe never mentions it. And the scene will just play out without that information, and then we'll just move on and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's a bit of the why with Odyssey and that, and why I want to sort of like do something with this. And the other thing is too, I'm getting to the point where I'm not invested in playing this game for my annual playthroughs, and so if I can get to a point where I can just be like, I'm just gonna, show the story and commentate on it and have that be the playthrough, then that means I can do that. Having said that, though, it doesn't mean I'll never ever play this game ever again, because I do want to still do, challenge playthroughs and stuff like that with this game in the future, and some non-canon stuff and just, things for fun and all that kind of stuff. But as far as actually playing through the game story in a serious way, trying to make it match how I want it, number one, you can't do that anyway. There's bits and pieces where you can craft it in gameplay and how you're going along to make it the way that you want to do it, but to really get into the nitty-gritty of changing stuff, you need to do it in the form of getting all the footage and the dialogue and re-editing it and, doing all that sort of stuff. So essentially what I'm doing is taking each element that was constructed together, deconstructing it all, and then picking what I want and leaving what I don't want, and then reconstructing using that stuff. So yeah. But I think the process of doing this will get quicker for me when I actually have all the material ready. Then I can really get into actually looking at the material, what I've got, and then sorting it out and all that kind of stuff, and putting it into different folders. Like this will be the folder for, cutscenes. This will be the folder for like little interactions that happen and all that kind of stuff, and maybe I'll put it in like, chapters for myself, so I know, okay, this is what I'd want for chapter 1 and chapter 2 and all that kind of stuff. The other thing is too, the mythological creature stuff, that's an unknown quantity at this point, because I don't even have the gameplay footage of that without the HUD to be able to use that, let alone the audio for that yet. Same with the cultist questline, actually. I don't have the no HUD gameplay with that yet, so I'm going to have to do that because I broke it off into chunks. But I think when I can actually start the editing process of the Family Questline, that'll give me an idea of how to interconnect the other stuff. Because obviously I can just go to YouTube and watch the cutscenes to help me with sorting out, okay, do I really want the Family Questline to flow like this? If so, that's good, because then that can match up with what I might want to do with the cult questline and then the mythological creature questline as well. So it'll be very, very time consuming. And this is just phase 1 of the audio gathering for the sound effects and for the music. Sound effects, I might not be able to use every single instance, because sometimes you've got multiple sounds happening on top of each other, and some sounds that you might not want to have happen in that scene. Same with dialogue, like there's NPC dialogue, so it's going to be difficult sometimes to edit around the NPC's dialogue in the background, because sometimes they're raving on about something. Other times you can have dialogue happening, but the sound effect of the people panting as the dialogue is being said can interfere as well. So there'll be all these little things that'll be difficult to edit around. So I don't yet know how that's going to go, but there's moments in this game where you ride with a character somewhere, and as you're riding along, you can avoid characters, you can avoid NPCs, but the person that you're riding with always bumps into the NPCs and knocks them over, and so you're trying to get dialogue with the conversation between you and the other character. Yet they're bumping into NPCs, and even with the sound effects off, the NPCs are going, oi, hey, all this stuff over the top of whatever the character's saying as well. So that's going to be a bit of a nightmare trying to isolate all that. So it won't be perfect, like no doubt, even if I had it all edited together and then I looked over it and double checked and triple checked and quadruple checked. I'm sure there's going to be parts where it's like, yeah, there's no way for me to isolate this NPC going, I see it, as the other character saying, yes, and then I went to the shop, that kind of thing, but having it happen over the top. So we'll just have to see how that goes. Alright, so we've got the voice volume to 100 for this. So I need to get the dialogue from this dude now.
Thank you, Miss Theos. I hope Phoenix pays you well for this.
Remind her for me.
Something's wrong with Paros. More than usual. Strange things are afoot.
You're alive. You dealt with them just fine.
I'll strategize from Naxos, starting now.
Good idea.
Time to get off this godforsaken island. I know my way back.
You should tell Finicus what you saw.
I'll report to her at once.
Alright, now I want to reload the save and then get the other dialogue choice. Just in case I decide to go with the one that I just did. Sorry, just in case I decide not to go with the one that I just did. I'll have the other one up my sleeve.
Thank you.
What did you see?
There were others. Not the Peros type. One had a mask. Never seen that before.
A mask?
I couldn't tell who he was. Time to get off this godforsaken island. I know my way back.
You should tell Finicus what you saw.
I'll report to her at once.
You better. Like at once, like right now. Get your mobile phone out and call her now. Oh, that's right. They don't have mobile phones back then. Alright, so that was that quest. So I'm going to do Death and Disorder. Let me see. So talk to Merlini at the party. Going down, lower the resources of Paros. Alright, so I think I should be right to do that now. I think. We'll just make a save here.
Got to be careful not to get spotted.
I'll kill you!
Beautiful white Parian marble. Should I add some Spartan red?
No signs of a struggle. There's someone here. What the? Say goodbye. I'm on fire. Charge! Ready. At least it will be quick for you. I've got you.
Or die!
You fucking coward! Me to the beast!
What do I do?
For Zeus!
I'm burning! You'll be the one to die today! Give up!
Ανάκρουσε πρίμνα.
Άνθρωπος της τρώσετε.
You'll never beat me! Where are we going? No getting out of this!
Απολογία δόσεις.
What? Stop!
Σπέβδε!
Victor!
Σου εντεύθε. Παράδοξον.
Τρομερότατο δοστή.
Get back up now! Τραγωδία λεξιφαίνεται!
Alright, so I'll make a save here. I think I should be able to now. Alright. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. And Dos Mios, yeah. Yeah, all these enemies getting barbecued. Gets kind of surreal with just the dialogue, lol. Oh, absolutely. There was actually a moment earlier in the story where it's a flashback that the player has to an event in the character's life, and hearing it with just the dialogue audio and not the sound effects and the music, it actually really sounded much more impactful just hearing the dialogue on its own, because they have this really cool echo effect that happens with the dialogue from the quick flashback, that I will probably use that version instead, because it seems to have more impact and more chilling kind of thing to it.
Τρομερότατο νεστή.
What? What do you think you are? For the gods! Only Charon awaits you now. Αδύνατον. Respotted the target! Ares!
You can't win this!
Get this bird out of my face!
Smells like drachmi.
Not good. There's a body.
Alright, so there's no dialogue, it seems, for doing that quest. Alright, so that is that main quest done. So the next one is Death and Disorder. Talk to Marini at the party. All right, just want to get this with the sound effects only first. Actually, what I should do as well is pay this bounty off, because having mercenaries turn up in situations where I'm trying to get dialogue, for example, they have their own dialogue, which would interfere with the more important dialogue I want to grab.
So proud of those born to be Spartans, they'll ride through the fire they face. They'll carry the weight of Leonidas. The bravest, they'll fight to the grave. The bravest, they'll fight to the grave.
I want to see if he'll play that song that he was playing when we first entered the conversation.
I see the faces of children grown. Destiny has given me the pain and the loss I own. Those who strike me down, they will think that I am done. When morning comes victorious, I rise and I overcome.
Alright, so now he's singing that one again. Alright, I think the one that he sung before that one was the same one that he was singing when we first entered the area where Marini is talking. But now that I've gotten sound effects for that part, it's time to get the dialogue. And I also want to get all the other variations of dialogue that the game normally only lets you choose one or the other. And then you can't backtrack and choose the one that you didn't. Unless, of course, you reload the save and do it, but I want to get both versions, just in case I decide to go with one or the other, or maybe combine both together. Won't know until I get there.
This temple is for the god of wine, Dionysos. Bet Marcos would like it here.
Okay, so the dialogue from talking about that temple was interrupted by the dialogue from Aspasia and Marini. So what I need to do is stop when it starts and then wait till it's finished and then listen to the dialogue from Marini and Aspasia before we get to them.
This temple is for the god of wine, Dionysos. Bet Marcos would like it here.
Υπολαμβάνονται ή καποκοιμώνται.
Doesn't matter where I got the information.
You should know by now that I'm not one to follow orders blindly.
You are a brave warrior, Marini. But ignoring this danger is foolishness. These,
I know who they are.
then you know the danger you're in.
Alright, that one has a bit too much interference from NPCs. So I'll reload the save. I won't worry about the dialogue about Dionysus unless it activates, even though I'm going to be approaching Marini and Aspasia from a different angle. Just have to wait and see.
It doesn't matter where I got the information.
You should know by now that I'm not one to follow orders blindly.
You are a brave warrior, Mirini. But ignoring this danger is foolishness. These...
I know who they are.
Then you know the danger you're in.
I would like to know what makes you so certain they're coming.
See what I mean? You got like 50 NPCs going blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, the dialogue you actually want to hear is being overridden by it. But I think no matter what angle you approach them from, the NPC audio of what they're saying is always going to be happening at that volume compared to their dialogue.
It doesn't matter where I got the information.
You should know by now that I'm not one to follow orders blindly.
You are a brave warrior, Mirini. But ignoring this danger is foolishness. These...
I know who they are.
Then you know the danger you're in.
I would like to know what makes you so certain they're coming.
Alright, so that's actually much better. There was still NPC chatter, of course, but there wasn't 6 NPCs chatting all at once at a volume that was loud enough to make it difficult to actually hear what Marini and Aspasia were talking about.
Did you not hear what I said? These are their most skilled killers. You cannot stay in the public eye. They'll find you.
I understand you perfectly. But I also need to be seen. The propagandist did his job well. I need more support to attack Paros.
I've seen too many people die already. Please, come away from here.
Aspasia, what brings you here?
Cassandra, read the room, my dear.
What's this about the cult sending soldiers?
Play along. The people here need convincing that I'm still a worthy leader. Aspasia's trying to have me hide myself away.
She is under threat of assassination. My sources say the elite forces are already in Naxos. I cannot watch this happen again.
You want me to handle the cult soldiers?
Not only that. My people won't believe Paros is behind this without proof. I need you to find it.
Of course.
Good. And I'll make the rounds here. Shore up my support. Be careful. They're dangerous.
I know. I'll get her out of here safely.
Where do your sources say I should start looking?
I'd try the caves under Mount Zas. The cultists are so enamored with their own mysticism. It's predictable enough for them.
I don't think anyone sent to kill you is going to admit who they're working for.
You're right. Physical proof is better. I'm sure you can find something.
Of course. I'd be happy to help you both. I'll see you again later.
Paros must be stopped.
Okay, so that's the dialogue that she says if you interact with her there. Alright, so now to get the other dialogue options. The audio for that.
Τι γίνεται!
Did you not hear what I said?
I understand.
I'm interrupting. Please, continue your discussion. It sounds fascinating.
I've just come to tell your mother that the cult's elite forces are after her, and that this place is too open.
And I've been telling Aspasia I need to appear in public to maintain the support of the citizens.
You want me to handle the cult soldiers?
Not only that, my people won't believe Paros is behind this without proof. I need you to find it.
Of course.
Good. Be careful.
Of course.
Και πολλούς ετούτους ευθύσεις υπηκόν. Ο σκευοφύλακας.
All right, I want to cover the sound effect audio for this part first. Now to do that, but with the dialogue audio. Sometimes I'll stop when getting the sound effect audio just to get an example of the ambient sounds that are happening, just in case I can use that in the edit. There might also be some just, sound effect replacement that I'll have to do. But to have the actual kind of sound effects there as a reference, even if I'm not going to use certain ones, still gives me an idea of what I could actually find as an alternative. Because, there's probably heaps of free sound effects libraries online.
A cave entrance. There and there. They won't ask any questions. Best keep out of sight.
Huh? Bonjour!
You don't stand a chance!
Something they should have done when you do the more powerful assassination move, instead of making it a hold down the button instead of just pressing it once, they should have made it a double tap quickly. So that if you went up behind an enemy and you double tapped the assassinate button quickly, it would be the more powerful version of the attack versus just pressing it once to do the standard version. Because it's very finicky, because sometimes you'll start to hold down the button when the prompt appears, but the game won't recognize it straight away, which obviously doesn't help in a situation where you're trying to be stealthy, if you were trying to be stealthy.
I can't!
Φύγε, Πόρο. Προείρητα το πατρί σου ότι έδιν πάβει να αποστείλονται σε εδώ.
Ωρα πλείσμονες κλεφτριδίωνες μεν. Φήμε διαδέχονται επί των λιμένων ότι λείψονται αντιμισθίου παιδεία και γυναίκες συντόμως.
Μη θαύματα. Τούτο ούποτε συμβήσετε. Όσπερ, ως ουκ εργάζεστε εδώ.
Είμαι τόσο ικανός όσο οι μέτεροι άπαντες.
Ουδή συνεργάσει μετέρης, ούτως έχει. Η εργασία δι' ανελατωθεί ο ηθικός.
Άφρονοι, ο εμός πατηροκνώσιν και οι αδελφοί...
To the death!
Drachmi. All this stamped with a seal of Paros. And a letter? In some kind of code.
Alright, the sound of the enemy dying happening when Cassandra was talking. Now that version of it might be usable because the sound effect of dying might match the gameplay footage that I got without a HUD the last time I did a playthrough towards this project. But just in case, I want to get that again.
I should try to stay out of sight.
Oh!
Φύγε, Πόρο. Προείδηκα τον πατρί σου ότι έδιν πάβει να αποστείλονται σε εδώ.
Ωρα πλείσμονες κλεφτριδίονες μεν. Φήμες διαδέδονται επί των λιμένα ότι λείψονται αντινιστίου παιδεία και γυναίκες συντόμως.
Μυθεύω.
For glory!
Drachmi, all stamped with a seal of Paros. And a letter? In some kind of code.
Alright, that's much better. Got the dialogue on its own without any sounds from the enemy.
Stop there! You! For the gods!
Classic Assassin's Creed bug when climbing. But then, magically, it works fine. It's like, whoops, landed on them. All right, make a save this far away. And just in case I need it, I'll get the sound effects audio first. All right. So that was good to get the sound effects first on that because of the money bag being thrown and the sound of it hitting the table and stuff like that. All right, now to cover the dialogue aspects, and I'm going to choose both options. Obviously, I'll have to reload the save after choosing one so I can choose the other, but I won't necessarily know 100% which option I want to go with until I get to the editing phase using it. But if I have both outcomes already there in dialogue audio, at least I've got it there.
Ο αιμός πατήρι γόρασαν μη σφυρίσκιον κενών. Εκχορδών
οφθαλμοί μου πεσεύουσι.
Πάσον τούτου.
Ήγου εσάν ότι η θυγάτρη μου εκκληρονόμησεν εκεί και δόθη παραπλίου αυτής.
Πώς ήθιστε τα πρικό έσονται του ανδρός της.
The cult soldiers were paid with rachmi from Paros.
Well, I could hardly ask for clearer proof. This will settle some scores. Take this to the Merchants Guild. Tell them it's the proof I promised. And tell them they can keep the coins.
Of course.
There was also this. I assume it's their orders.
I recognize this. It's an old dialect. The cult must use it to communicate with one another.
You can read it?
This money isn't from Silanos. It's from someone in Sparta.
That's not possible.
I can translate it for you, but these orders come from a Spartan king.
The Spartan nobility has always resisted the cult.
The cult is like water. Any crack in the stone and they'll get in.
Sparta stands against corruption.
Sparta has changed since we were there. Corruption spreads everywhere, as Aspasia says, even to Sparta. They want to instill discipline across the Greek world while they rot from within. They're focused on the wrong enemy.
I am still Spartan. And so are you.
Are you really?
I have responsibilities here. Paros needs to be stopped. But then, yes, I will go back.
It's kind of interesting, the thing with Marini and the Spartan stuff. So she's obviously against what Nikolaus did. The only reason Nikolaus did what he did was because he was very, very strict about following Spartan law to the absolute letter. Marini doesn't like, of course, the fact that he did that. However, there's multiple points in the game's story after we find out that information that Marini contradicts herself about Sparta and the Spartan laws. Now, obviously, you could isolate each thing from each other and say, okay, obviously, she doesn't believe that Spartan law being followed in that area is a good thing, i.e. throwing your children off a big mountain. And you could argue that she still has respect for the Spartan law of when they train their soldiers, outsiders can't help them if they're in trouble and they're in a fight and they're going to die. Later on, we have this situation where these wolves are attacking these Spartans in training, and you can choose to interfere with them or not. If you choose to interfere with them, Marini basically lectures you about how you shouldn't have done that. So you could say, well, she is supportive of letting Spartans in training die if it means adhering to the Spartan laws and Spartan ways. But she doesn't obviously like the fact that her children were thrown off the thing. So I understand that you can do that. But it's like a push and pull kind of thing narratively that's happening, where there can be sort of inconsistencies. And the thing about the whole Sparta and Athens thing is that it's not really until we get to this point in the narrative where you can actually make choices for Cassandra or Alexius's dialogue to be pro-Sparta. But the way that the game story has the character be is they want them to be obviously separate from Sparta and Athens, in the idea that they lived their life from the time that they left Sparta to when they arrived in Kephallonia. They've lived their life as a mercenary. And that's the life that they've known, with no allegiance to either Sparta or Athens. The only allegiance being to whoever is paying the money. Now, within that, of course, the idea with the character is that you could play the character to be someone that values the money more than the actual people who need help, and all that kind of stuff. And so you've got that aspect of the character, but in line with how the character is very adamant against what Sparta did when she was a child and when Alexius was a baby and being thrown off that mountain, it's understandable that Cassandra would be against Sparta. So to me, narratively, it makes more sense for Cassandra to be like, Sparta has always been corrupt, instead of being the other option. I chose the other option just so I have it in audio, just in case I decide to go with that instead, or take bits and pieces from it and chop it together with the other things. But it gets very difficult to follow Marini's kind of like thoughts with Sparta, because it goes up and down, up and down, up and down as well. So that's the difficulty, I think, with a dialogue choice system, is that, number one, players who are choosing the dialogue, obviously there's different reasons. You might be a player who just loves to see your character be an asshole to people, which is fine, So in dialogue choices, when it's either be an asshole to someone, like at the start of the game with Duris or Duris, you can choose to be an asshole to him by just destroying his stock straight up, and then he'll be like, fine, I'll pay Marcos what he wants. Or you can talk to the dude, and then you can say, no, I don't care about your situation. I'm going to just, get the, money from you, so I'll destroy your thing. So you want to do that, right? However, the problem with that approach is that you can only do it in the instances where the dialogue option to do it is actually there for you. Otherwise, the narrative in scripted dialogue that doesn't give you the choice of whether you want the character to say or not. They want the character to go on a certain trajectory through the story that does not fit the asshole archetype. So that's where sort of like the dialogue choice system can fall apart, is if you as the player are wanting your actual decisions in the dialogue choices to actually reflect how you want the character to be played. But if you have certain parts of the story that's scripted where it's going against that, then it just makes it uneven and all that kind of stuff. So trying to figure out what they narratively want the character to be like is kind of where I'm looking at what dialogue choices to have as the actual thing that was said, to try and figure out, okay, what's the best dialogue choice that reflects how the narrative wants the character to be in the story. So there's all these little considerations and all that kind of stuff. But there's a complexity to the whole Sparta thing and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got the divisions. You've got the people of Sparta, and then you've got the cultists who control Sparta through one of the kings who is a cultist, and the Pythia, the oracle, has been controlled by the cult, even in Leonidas's time and all that kind of stuff. So you can separate the three, and you can be like, it's not the Spartan people's fault that the law is the way it is to allow what happened to Cassandra and Alexius to happen. It's not the people of Sparta's fault. It's not the king who isn't a cultist's fault that the cult is doing things, it's the king who's the cultist is the one that's behind the cult's activities in Sparta and all that kind of stuff. So trying to separate that from each other and then think about Marini's perspective on stuff, how she doesn't like the fact that Spartan law split her family up, but she also wants to adhere to Spartan law when it comes to things like not interfering with the training process. So if the people training are going to get killed, you just have to stand there and watch. But that goes against the main character's narrative position, which is not in your control as the player through dialogue choices, to be a heroic sort of character and not just stand there and actually let something happen like that. So it's kind of like the story wants you to have it your way too, but it also wants it to be only its way at certain points too. Kenway just went to replay a mission in Unity where you have to get 3 cover kills. Got the first 2 and was in perfect position for the third, but Arno did the normal assassination instead of cover assassination. You're going to compile the bugs in Unity every time you encounter them and create a playlist. Recently there were a lot of circle jerk going on how Unity was such an amazing game. Apparently people forgot that the game is still full of bugs. Yeah, well that's the thing, right? Like my position on Unity since I played it the first time in 2016 was that I really, really liked the story. I really, really liked the characters as well, and the music and the black box assassination missions and the parkour and all that kind of stuff. And all that stuff I feel still holds up. However, obviously there's still bugs and still glitches. So I wouldn't necessarily myself call Assassin's Creed Unity like an amazing game that is flawless. I would call it a game that's great but has flaws, and a lot of that is still like bug stuff and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, to say that there's 0 bugs in Unity anymore is not true. There's definitely still bugs and stuff. However, by the same token, some have said that Assassin's Creed Syndicate is less buggy than Unity or has no bugs, but it sometimes has a lot more bugs than Unity ever has. But then again, it depends on individual people's experiences, obviously, and what platform they played it on. Sometimes a glitch and a bug might happen for one person, but not for someone else. And I imagine with PC versions, because you've got all these different variables that have to be done for the PC version to work, I'm sure that in the programming there might be some things that don't happen on the PC version, but do happen on the Xbox version, but don't happen on the PlayStation version. But I found personally that Syndicate has more bugs on the PlayStation version than was on the Xbox version, and some bugs that are on both, are obviously there. But then there's some that the PS version has, which the Xbox version didn't. However, having said that, though, I've only played the PS version once, and I've played the Xbox version multiple times. So maybe I just haven't come across those same glitches that are in the Xbox version in the PlayStation version yet, and all that kind of stuff. For example, there's a glitch in Syndicate where, on the PlayStation 5 that is, that I found, where when you kill an enemy and you're carrying their body, sometimes the animation for picking them up and carrying them is fine, but the actual positioning of the body is not actually where it's supposed to be. And so it looks like the character is hovering above your shoulder, but is actually attached to you so that it doesn't move separately from you. You know what I mean? And there's also a glitch that I don't think I've ever come across in the Xbox version of Syndicate where in sequence 8, when you're dealing with Roth and you're trying to kill the decoys. There was actually a decoy that I killed, and I put him into a cabinet, but he glitched to the top of the cabinet, and I did too, and did the animation for putting him there. And then Jacob got put back on the ground, but the dude that was supposed to be in the cabinet was actually on top of the cabinet still. And it actually happened twice as well. But yeah, I definitely would not say that there's, zero bugs in Unity. There's definitely still bugs and stuff in it. Hey there, Pitbull. I hope things are going well. Welcome on in. Kenway, you agree parkour was the best in Unity and graphics was top-notch, but it's so frustrating, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I know there's, still graphical bugs, but I mean, when there aren't any graphical glitches actually happening, the quality of the textures and all that, and when the textures are working, obviously, because there was that glitch where, skin was missing and you just saw like the brain and the eyes and the teeth and the gums, you know, and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think to say that Assassin's Creed Unity has no bugs at all or glitches anymore is incorrect. So yeah, you've played the mission 3 times now. You wait until the guard is highlighted when you're undercover, but Arno still messes it up. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too with Assassin's Creed games is, glitches have always been a part of it too as well. And obviously there's some glitches that are just, they're sort of like, they're funny. They don't ruin the game as in they make the game crash. They're just funny. Like you might see a character who is standing on top of a table when they shouldn't be. Now that to me is a funny glitch, But a glitch where it crashes your game, that's not a funny glitch. That's a glitch where it's like, fuck this, you know what I mean? Whereas the other one that I used as an example, an NPC standing on top of a table, that's pretty funny to see, because you're not expecting it to be a thing. And that's not supposed to be what they're doing and all that kind of stuff. All right, so just need to get my mind back on where I was up to in this. All right, so I've got the dialogue audio still on its own. That's right, I need to choose the other option now in the dialogue here to get that audio from it. Just in case I decide to go with one or the other or amalgamate the two into one.
You should have the commander show you his new weapon. It's so sharp you can lose a finger if you touch it.
This. How can you say that after all Sparta has done to you? They tore apart our family. They welcomed the cult with open arms.
Why do you keep saying they? I am still Spartan. And so are you.
Are you really?
I have responsibilities here. Paros needs to be stopped. But then, yes, I will go back.
All right, so we've covered that now. All right. All clues discovered. All right, the Paros blockade. That's the next quest. Alrighty then. Feared the worst Naxos fleet. Take Paros alone. Cassandra knew her own crew was up to the task. Alright, talk to Marini. Alright, so I'll make a save here and change the audio to just be sound effects. Alrighty then. Now to get that, but with the dialogue only, and going to have to redo it again as well to choose the other dialogue option, just so I have it in just so I have it there in case I decide to use that instead. I won't really know until I get all the different variations together in a timeline in an editing program and actually play them back to back to really, and then mix and match and see how the pacing of the conversation goes and all that kind of stuff.
You may speak.
Ships from Paros have blockaded the harbor.
God curse Silanos and his damned cult! Do they never tire of meddling? Ugh! Tell them I'm on my way.
A blockade?
I've refused to pay tribute to Athens, and Paros is taking advantage of the situation. There goes our hope of striking first.
I can bring my ship around and clear the harbor.
Just you against an entire blockade?
You're right. It's terrible odds for Paros.
Be safe, and come back to me, lamb. I'll see you again when the blockade is gone.
So Solanos is the cultist. So what I'm going to do once I've done this again and gotten the other dialogue, I'm going to go into the cultist menu and look at him just to get his audio. I don't know if I'll use the audio of the cultists when you actually look at their information when you unveil them first. But I just want to have it up my sleeve in case I do. And phase 1 of this playthrough is just covering the family quest line and only cultists who are included along the path of the family quest line am I worrying about getting the dialogue from their bio or whatever they say. The dialogue that they say is not the dialogue in their bio. It's a different thing, the text that you read. In phase 2, I'll be focused on getting all the dialogues for the other cult members in the tree. That's why I haven't gone in and unveiled every single cultist that's available to me yet, because I want to be able to do the other cultists in the phase 2 of this playthrough.
You may tell about the
I don't see another option. But I have the best crew on the Aegean.
Be safe, and come back to me, lamb. I'll see you again when the blockade is gone.
Alright, so let's go to the cultist menu. And so it's Silanos. I wonder if he's already been unveiled yet. Maybe not. The centaur. That's good, it tells us. Here we go. Silanos. Alright, so I'm going to get his dialogue from this.
We will destroy your statues. We will burn down your temples if that's what it takes to rid the world of rodents like you.
Thank you, Misthios. I owe you my life.
Ο εμός αδελφός λέγει, κοσμήματα δυνάμενος φέρει εις το άρτιον τιμιέντα.
Alright, so there's no dialogue from Cassandra yet about those targets.
Let's set sail!
Nice to see you, Commander.
Everyone, to your positions! We'll crush them!
We need to move before they hit us!
Arrows!
We're getting in position! Steady your aim!
Spears at the ready! Go! Everybody brace!
Ready to light the bastards up!
Now! Archers, get ready! Slow down! Attack!
Oh.
Slow the rowers!
I think they are going to ram us!
Get ready to fire! Fire a volley! Brace! Less speed!
Commander, they are headed right at us!
Hit them with your spears! Get them! Slow the ship! Spears! Ready your bows!
They're trying to ram us!
Set them aflame!
We are going to need to replace those timbers! We need to fire again!
Attack with your spears! Slower now! Come on! Slower!
That did some damage!
Lower sail! Ready the oars!
Ah, that's got their attention! Commander away! Everyone at ease!
All right, so I've already got sound effects of ship battle noises and all that kind of stuff. All right, just in case there was any sound effects I needed to get for that little conversation there. Now to get the dialogue and all the different ones.
The harbor is clear. We need to move out before they send reinforcements.
We're almost ready. Timo?
The ships are loading now. They'll be ready on your command.
Cassandra? A word.
Is something wrong?
Besides the attacks on my island and the cult's meddling, no. But we must speak privately.
Whatever you need.
The cult must be stopped. When we return to Laconia, it will be dangerous.
I'm used to it. We both are.
Here I know who I can and cannot trust. I would have said that about Sparta too, but this news about the king.
Did Aspasia find out which of the kings is working with the cult?
For all we know, it's both. We must cleanse Sparta of its corruption, no matter the cost.
Once Paros is dealt with, we will get to work.
You're right. Come see me when you're ready. Are you ready to sail?
I have a few things to do here first.
We sail as soon as you've prepared.
Stan Cassandra, I see salvage. Barnabas in shambles. He's like, that's my line. Soon we'll be getting to one of my most least, well, I think that the whole Olympics inclusion in the narrative of this is pretty sloppy. Would have been better if it was like a side quest, like a Lost Tales of Greece quest, where the Misthios goes and competes in the Olympics.
The harbor is clear.
We don't...
We did us for... At least now, we can face them together.
Yes. For all that those bastards tried to take from us, and your brother. We will find him. Come see me when you're ready. Are you ready to sail?
Where to?
We're going to destroy the fleet of Paros once and for all. Only then will Naxos be secure enough for us to leave.
I'm ready.
Then I leave this to you.
With your shield. Or on it.
And now we strike a blow to the cult.
Ah, okay, that's all that was. All right. I thought it was going to automatically go into something if we said we were ready to sail. So I'm going to reload that and get the sound effects that happen in that interaction there before that cutscene finished.
I'll think of you when I spend a drachmi from your bounty. It burns! Hot! It's hot!
Paros must be stopped.
In position for sailing!
Commander on board!
Alright, so no dialogue
Rowers,
from Barnabas
slow down!
or from Merlini after that event that we just did, so
More speed!
let's continue on with this.
Increase speed! Let's move it! Spears now!
We're taking damage from that fire!
Faster! Ready! Spears!
Watch those fire arrows!
Woo! Feel that wind!
We are not in good shape, Commander. They are
Head
heading
for open
straight
water.
for us! Fire on board! One more hit could sink us! Watch out! They are trying to hit us! Another hit and we'll sink!
The fact that it slows your ship down when you're not even right on the rocks of the land mass fucking annoys me in this game.
Where to now, Commander?
Get that sail up! Sails down! Crew to battle stations! Raise the sail!
Commander, do you think we can handle this?
Let's move! Let's see what they make of fire! Throw your spears! Now!
Yes! Direct hit! We need to get back in position!
And throw! Let's go! We're at maximum speed! Burn them down! Rowers, go! Archers, ready! Release! Go! Ramming speed!
Commander, the rowers need time to rest!
Let's make them burn!
They are wearing away at our defenses! I don't think we can take another hit, Commander!
We board! Follow my lead!
I won't lose.
You breathe your last breath! I won't stop until you're dead, Mistios! Help! It burns! It's burning! I'll kill you and your family!
Paros must be stopped. Paros must be stopped.
Quickly! Fill those gaps!
Get the oars out!
Commander, we need to brace or get out of the way!
Use the fire! Loose spears! Bows ready! Loose arrows!
Don't waste arrows!
Throw spears! Archers! Forward!
Try another volley! Watch them, Commander! They are headed this way!
Spear them!
When hit, there's fire! Malaka, a miss!
Good job.
I'm seeing some scoring on the hull!
Shoot the fucking ship I was going to use to freaking get my health back. Good one.
Captain, the Adrestia is taking damage! Wait until they are in range!
Now the spears! Speed up! Light the volley! Here they come!
Well, we got out of that alive. Something to be thankful for.
Less speed now!
Ah, they felt that!
Ready yourselves! Let's board the dogs!
Come for my head!
To the
Two
death!
of you!
No,
aren't
no,
half
no,
the
no,
warrior
no!
Deimos is.
Fuck! I'm on fire!
This'll be a struggle for you. Don't worry, this won't take long.
That's not good. I'll rip your heart out.
Where'd this eagle come from?
This isn't good!
Die!
Set fire to the weapons!
Watch it! There's fire!
Onward! Ship your oars!
Look at that! I can hardly believe we're this close.
We'll show them what we're made of!
There will be more battles like that. Nothing the Adrestia can't handle.
Oars in! Full sail! Sails up! We're ready to dock!
Paros must be
to
stopped.
positions!
Welcome back, Commander.
I got the sound effects for that. The character of Timo and Marini. If anyone didn't pick up on it, they're actually romantically involved with each other. Thinking about the Lost Tales of Greece concept that they went with this game, where there's some quests that they released which were, you know, like kind of like quests where you could go and do it, and there might be some kind of character you met. I think some of these would have been good to actually flesh out certain things from the main story, like Marini and Timo. You know, maybe the Lost Tales of Greece could have been about Marini and Timo reuniting, and Cassandra is there too, and maybe there's a quest involved where Timo is needing help with something or whatnot, and then you play, you know, learn more about characters that were actually introduced. But her character, beyond being shown in this point in the story, has no relevance at all. in my version of the story, I'm still going to keep her as a character. I'm not going to take her out of the story. It would have been good to actually have more of her character, though, and her involvement with Merlini as well, so that the character could be fleshed out a bit more and given a bit more kind of like importance. As it is, it's just treated as just some side character who's important to Merlini, but it's not explored further than that. And then beyond this point in the story, there's no reference. Like Merlini never says after this point, I wonder what Timo's doing, if you speak to Merlini or anything like that, you know. So I think the Lost Tales of Greece would have been good to use as a way to flesh out a character like Timo that would have been good to see more about. So now to reload the save and to get all those different variations of dialogue that we just heard.
Naxos seems secure.
We have done great things together for its people.
But now, we must look beyond these shores and destroy the cult.
They are everywhere and nowhere. Their followers are without number. Where do we start?
We cut the heads off the beast one at a time until they are blind and defenseless.
Sparta.
Sparta?
I still have influence there, and allies. We can rally around our home and cleanse it of their influence as an example to the world.
It will be dangerous. Their hold on Sparta is strong.
Don't you think it's time we returned?
Together.
I have only a few more things to do here.
As soon as you're ready, we'll set sail for Laconia.
I think there's something you should do first.
What?
You need to find your father.
I'm tired of searching for answers. And who's to say he can even give me them?
I know this is difficult.
It's like I don't even know myself anymore. Where I come from. Who I am.
Cassandra, I promise you that he will have answers. You'll find what you need on the island of Thera. I've given your navigator the course. I'll see you in Laconia.
I'll be there.
May Poseidon keep you safe.
Safe journeys. Thera.
I still don't.
I think I've dealt with enough fathers for one lifetime.
I don't blame you for that. But there are things you need to know if we are to stop the cult.
Like what?
I know you seek answers, and I want you to have them. But some things are not for me to explain. Hopefully one day you will understand. You'll find what you need on the island of Thera. I've given your navigator the course. I'll see you in Laconia.
I'll be there.
May Poseidon keep you safe.
Safe journeys.
Not
Wait,
but
there.
weeks.
I still don't.
What?
Who is he? He's a difficult man to describe. He's many things, but the only way to truly know him is to meet him yourself.
So you won't tell me now?
There are details only he can provide. I hope when you meet him, you understand. You'll find what you need on the island of Thera. I've given your navigator the course. I'll see you in Laconia.
I'll be there.
May Poseidon keep you safe.
Safe journeys.
Alright, so there we go. We've gotten all those different dialogues and the outcomes and all that kind of stuff. That'll give me more options in the edit for this project to decide, this one's actually better than this one. Or I might be like, I'll take this bit from that one, this bit from that one, and that bit from that one and put them all together. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you as well, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. How's things going for you? How's your internet as well? I actually had to use my phone internet today because we had a planned power outage that was happening around the area, so had to use my phone for that. But it was a good day though. So started the stream a bit late. So the next quest is Home Sweet Home. In this phase of this playthrough, I'm not going to go and bother with Pythagoras or anything like that. We're just going to stick with the Family Questline. And in terms of cultists, we've only taken on the cultists. Well, there is one exception to this rule. The majority of the cultists that we've taken on have been part of the Family Questline. So that includes Elpenor, and this dude, Epictetus, Namonga, Solanos, and Chrysis. Now, Belos, I took care of them because I wanted to get the Amazonian breastplate armor for Cassandra that you get from defeating Belos. So at level 55, I took him on at level 79 and got the cosmetic for the Amazonian breastplate. So that's the exception. But when I do phase 2 of the playthrough, that's when I'll cover all the other cultists that there are and all that kind of stuff. Cricket, you good, thanks. Internet is all well again. You slept in, you had some late breakfast and watched a Miss Marple black and white detective movie. I know, hopefully the outage will be resolved soon. You reckon you also have a bandwidth limit on your phone connection? Yeah. It's not too bad, but yeah, like I wasn't using it as like a hotspot, thankfully, so that meant I didn't have to worry about data being used too quickly and stuff. But they got it sorted, so that was good. But I'm glad to hear that you're going well and that your internet is all well again too. Sounds like you enjoyed your sleep as well. It's always good to get a sleep in when you can. So what'd you have for breakfast? And I don't think I've seen any of Miss Marple movies. I think I might have seen a movie with her as a character in it, because I think it's all written. I think it's another Agatha Christie story and character as well. So I might have seen them in like Perot or some other sort of like movie or show. I've treated each individual main quest as its own number, and so Sweet Home is main quest number 34. The Family Questline and how I've numbered the main missions ends at mission 52 or main quest 52. So we've still got a lot of main quests to cover before this phase is finished. Alright, so Laconia. Let's go to here. Imagine if you were a cultist of Cosmos and you misplaced one of these fragments. Crooked, you've had scrambled eggs, bread with cheese and grapes, as well as liverwurst with mustard and pickles, orange juice and coffee. A small breakfast. Levy is also saying hello. Hello there to you as well, Levy. I hope you're having a good one too. And that really sounds good. I absolutely love scrambled eggs. Like I'll eat poached eggs and I'll eat hard boiled eggs, but my favorite is scrambled eggs. But that definitely sounds like a great breakfast. I think you'll be pretty full after that too. That'll be good. I'm going to actually take a break soon, but before I do, I just want to get as close as possible to the start of this next main quest and cover any dialogue that we might get.
Ready to sail!
Nice to have you back, Commander.
Oh yeah, Crooked, that is a good thing that Bayek and the Blighters were already alive here. Same with Evie as well. And also Amunet. But it's not accurate though, because Bayek isn't wearing his actual official canon outfit, the bath towel outfit.
Shape the oars! Sails up! Now!
Actually, this would be a good opportunity to get some of those lightning strikes that are happening in the game, so I'm going to turn the dialogue down and grab some of that sound effect stuff. There we go, grab some of that sound effect stuff. Crooked, that's true. It ain't canon if it ain't involving towels. Exactly. It's exactly true. It's like all Assassin's Creed games need to be modded to have the bath towel outfit for all the characters.
down! Ship the oars! Oars down!
I was going to ask Crooked, did you see any of Assassin's Creed Jade stuff recently? It's not a game that I would, buy even if it was amazing because I'm not really a mobile gamer, but I was still curious just to see things about it, especially where lore is concerned as well. Because it can be very easy to just throw shit at a wall and say that's lore now. It's something different to actually make it functional and work within the framework of what's already established and make sure it makes sense within that and doesn't contradict other stuff and actually still has impact in a way that actually makes sense. Kroger, you haven't seen much. Definitely heard about the whole Cassandra thing, but doesn't really pique your interest for some reason. You did sign up for the next beta just to try it out, but you doubt it will keep you interested. There seem to be some things it does better than the recent game, surprisingly though, like making the chain assassination fluid instead of teleporting. Well, that's definitely good as well. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, I remember when I saw Access the Animus stream some of it, there were a lot of people in chat that were like, I was not expecting Cassandra to be there. And and obviously some people might have been facetious, but if people were being serious, I'm like, the character is Ubisoft Quebec's answer to solving any narrative that is created by simply making that character appear and just say, oh, it's all right, I got this. The main character that you invested time in that game doesn't count. They're not equipped with the skills and talent enough to deal with this threat, you know. And I'd be saying the same thing if it was Alexius, who was the canon Eagle Bearer as well, and they used him in the same way. Whether it's Alexius or Cassandra, the fact that the Eagle Bearer is used as a character that just comes in and is like, well, I'm the master of everything, so you can just sit back and let me do everything.
Careful. Don't want to be caught here.
Definitely something there.
You can't outrun me!
You will not walk away this
Little help here?
Love getting stuck on the environment. But yeah, I don't think the character has to be in every single Assassin's Creed thing. And there's a lot of other characters that we've only seen once in a game, or we've seen them multiple times but they're never playable. But those characters don't get any more chances. Like Aveline, Xiao Jun. We've never gotten another, game with them. We haven't gotten a game for a long time with we haven't we only got one game with Amunet, for example. Stan, you cannot believe they didn't accept us in closed beta. Well, I mean, I have no desire to even play the game because I'm not a mobile gamer. But I was just interested in it from a lore perspective and all that kind of stuff. I am glad though that the character creation is of a character that is being trained or the apprentice of someone else. It's good that it's not the actual, main character that has a lot of importance in the lore of the series. You know what I mean? Like, but even then, if it's a character that they decide to keep, then it's like, how do you explain that character? Because then people are like, well, that's not how I made my character look, or that's not the character I played as. Why they made them canon for, So hopefully they've, been able to make it still make sense. And I think the only way to make it make sense is that whichever character you create to play as never appears in any other Assassin's Creed game ever again. That way it's unique to that story, and there's no reference to them at all. Or if you do need to reference them, just reference them as someone that records have been lost about them, or some stranger, or something like that. You know what I mean? I think that'd be the better way to sort of do it. Oh, there's a bear there. Alright, so let's save. Crooked, especially given how death is one of the biggest topics, and even all the Isu died, even though they supposedly had this technology. Yeah, well, that's it too, as well. The thing about any franchise that has something fictional in it, like magic or anything like that, it's very easy to be lazy and just come up with new things and just say, well, it's just magic. Therefore, it doesn't have to make sense. Because the thing about it is every single franchise that uses, whether it's magic or technology that doesn't exist, it still needs to work within a logic of the world that's been created and the characters that live within it. Because otherwise, you could just come up with a story where everything that happened in the previous story is just undone because someone uses magic and clicks their fingers and says, I don't like what happened in the past. Click. And then it's all different. That's a lazy way of using something that's part of the franchise or the world in a way to make things different than what they were, But it doesn't make any logical sense if that's something that no one has ever thought to do ever in the history of that franchise. Just to use that as an example. So however fantastical you go with something, you still need to have logic that it actually adheres to. Otherwise, it just becomes a free-for-all, and then anyone can come on board and write just whatever they want without having to worry about the repercussions on what happened previously, because they just wave their magic wand and say, hey, that doesn't happen now, magically, and then boom, Stan, well, okay, there's a 3-hour long video of it on YouTube. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. It's going well. Yeah, it's going good. I'm going to take a break in a moment and continue on for a little bit more. I don't know when I'm going to end the stream on, but in terms of how I've numbered the main quests, we're on main quest 34 out of 50, I think it was 52. Yeah, 52. The way that I've numbered them anyway. Stan, looks like we have Wei Yu and Cassandra. Yeah. So that was the character at the start that I saw that, is obviously constructed by the writers of the game and all that kind of stuff and isn't like a character created one. Yeah, Lucinda, that's the thing. Slow and steady, and it's just very, 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 very time intensive as well and exhausting. Stan, Wei Yu from AC to Sanctuary. Oh, okay, I get who you're talking about now. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't remember all the names of the statues. Well, that's cool. That's cool if that's him. It'll be good to play an Assassin's Creed game. I mean, if I do decide to play Mirage, that is, where you don't have wild predatory animals that ruin your stealth or just annoy you when you're traveling from one point to the next.
Let's hope no one notices me here.
Listen, you got to sleep in today. You're going for your anniversary lunch out of town today, leaving in about 2-ish hours. It's going to be nice. Oh, hell yeah. That's a great start to that, being able to get some sleep in. That's awesome. I hope that you and Necro have an amazing time as well when you go. And that it's also a great day, weather-wise as well. Afro, the two Sparta kings, we're sending you to Boeotia. The Athenians are pushing our army back. Me, who literally just came from there after killing the Spartan leader, destroying all their resources, and then fighting the conquest battle from the side of Athens. And then the game is like, now we want you to redo that all again, because when you did it, it wasn't when the story wanted you to do it. Don't you love when that happens? It's just so fun. Alright, so let us go into photo mode so I can take a break.
Στον εσύ.
Άνοιγε! Παπέ! Παπέ!
Κασάνδρα.
Τι γίνεται?
Κασάνδρα.
I was just checking to see if killing civilians in this game increases your adrenaline. Doesn't look like it does. Because I was going to do a specific move and then freeze frame it in photo mode to have that as the screen that I'm on when I go on my break. Afro, you're like your brother in Christ. The Athenians have conquered that region and you helped them do it. It's like, hurry up. Hurry up, game. You know, it's sort of like, get with the program. I've already done that. It would be so good, though, if you could actually sort that out before the game wants you to. Alright, so I'm going to leave it on that screen while I go on my break, and I'm going to put a B right back up the top, pin it on chat. Yeah, Afro. That whole part with the Olympics, I'm just like, that could have been a Lost Tales of Greece thing where the Misthios, for some reason, had to go into the Olympics and have it separate from the main narrative of the story. I mean, I might be able to cut it completely out of my version of this game's story, but it might be difficult to do that, so I'll just have to truncate it to make it as short as possible. Afro, we're killing cultists here. That's true. This is serious work. That'll be the main thrust of that narrative at that point. So there we go. While Cassandra is frozen in time doing the Sparta kick, I'm going to go and take a break. Let's see. I think I'll take about I might take another 15-minute break because this kind of playthrough and how much time it takes and what I need to do is pretty exhausting. So I think I'll take a 15-minute break. Afro, now go running. The running man. Be back in 15 minutes. Alrighty then, I'm back from my break. Thank you, Keone. You have a good day too. Stan, smashing those smashed potatoes. Reminds me of that NPC character quote in Assassin's Creed Unity, where he's like, something like, "You want to play too? I'll smash your head like an old potato," or something like that. Hey there, Last of Con, welcome on in. Such a great screenshot. Yeah, yeah. Whenever I play a game that has photo mode, and I'm playing it on a console, I like to put a photo mode shot on screen while I go on my break. Thanks for the welcome back, Lucinda. So we're up to this point in the story. What I'm going to do is bring the Adrestia here and then see if there's any dialogue that Barnabas says about here before we meet Merlini.
You look troubled, Cassandra.
This bay feels familiar somehow.
A bird can fly away for seasons, but will always recognize its nest when it returns. This is Sparta.
I don't think I'm welcome here.
I'm not sure of much, Cassandra, but I do know that when the time is right, we always get to go home.
And where is your home, Barnabas?
I'll save that story for another day.
His home was in Rome. Alright, that's good. We got that dialogue. Now, Barnabas, though, when you said this is Sparta, you're supposed to go, "This is Sparta!" when you say it. So, you know, keep that in mind for next time.
Ready sails for docking!
Alright, first let's get the sound effects on their own.
Cassandra! Cassandra!
Η ανάπνευσή μου εστιάριθμος. Ούδη να με πάβει να αναλογιζόμενος.
Lamb, you made it. I trust the seas were favorable?
Poseidon might be the only one not trying to kill me.
And did you go to Thera? Did you find him?
Not yet.
You should. The answers to many of your questions are there. Your father would be proud to see how you've grown.
For now, let's deal with what needs to be done here.
I never imagined we'd stand on Spartan soil together again.
As much as I cursed this place for what it did to us, it feels more like home than Kefalonia ever did.
Sparta is our home. But we'll have to rid ourselves of the puppet king if we are ever to find peace.
Whatever happened to our old house?
Nikolaos stayed after I left, but now that he's gone, I don't know.
Why don't we go find out?
Of course. But first, there's something I want to show you. Cassandra! Cassandra! Laugh, and you should not.
It's strange to be back. I spent so long running from this place.
So did I. But we can't run from anything anymore.
Agreed.
Sparta is our home. But we...
What? Why?
Cassandra! Cassandra! Laugh, and you should...
I don't know how to feel. I spent some of the happiest days of my life here. And some of the worst, too.
Sparta is our home. But we'll have to rid ourselves of the puppet king if we are ever to find peace.
Whatever happened to our old wife?
Ότι ούν αγία, μοίρα, τεινά κοσμήματα εκλεκτά, είδα τεχνουργών ποιούντα βασκά. Μεγάλη είναι το όνομα δι, βοήθη των άθλιων επέτεινεν τυχαία ταύτη. Γίγνου ελεήμου.
Ούκ ασφαλές εστί.
Ίσως και την οικιακά. Πινάκια και ιδρύες.
Τι λαμβάνει χώραν.
Φόβον με προκαλείς.
Τι έστι τούτο.
Πάυσε. Σε ηγετεύω.
Πάυση.
Μη, πάυσε. Μη τούτου ποιήσεις.
Τι, άσπη είναι η Δία.
Σκύλαν και χάρη.
Huh?
Τι συνέβη μόλις?
The closer we get to Sparta, the more memories keep flooding in.
No matter how far I ran, I never could escape them.
Come on.
Ου καρεστόν μη τούτο. Ου τούτο τολμού.
The closer we get to Sparta, the more memories keep flooding in.
No matter how far I ran, I never could escape them.
I know. On Naxos I could forget. It was as if I had locked Sparta in a box and tossed it to the bottom of the sea.
Did you put your memories of us in that box?
I wanted to. But it would have taken all the wood in the land to build one big enough.
Of course, when I'm trying to get the dialogue without any other sort of like noises, a wolf has to attack randomly. And while Marini's delivering her dialogue, there's also like from hitting the wolf over the top. Now, in the gameplay footage that I have from my other playthroughs, if it doesn't have the wolf being fought, it's not going to make sense hearing those noises from Marini if the visuals don't match. Oh yeah, Lucinda. It's a classic sort of case when you're trying to, and I mean, you know what it's like when you're trying to get dialogue. This is even worse trying to get it because you want to get a clean recording of it.
Come on.
Τι συμπείς?
The closer we get to Sparta, the more memories keep flooding in.
I was saying before that it'd be good in games to have more than just one set of dialogue as your option for volume, but also have like a separate volume for voice stuff that's only NPCs saying things.
Let's go.
Ενοχλείς τα μάλα.
Φοβούμαι σε.
Τι πειράς ποιήν νηδία?
Τι συμπείς?
The closer we get to Sparta, the more memories keep flooding in.
No matter how far I ran, I never could escape them.
I know. On Naxos I could forget. It was as if I had locked Sparta in a box and tossed it to the bottom of the sea.
Did you put your memories of us in that box?
I wanted to. But it would have taken all the wood in the land to build one big enough.
Alright, some of that was pretty good, but I want to do more takes of it, so to speak. Listen, to some games have that for subtitles, you think. All voices are just main characters, but not for audio itself, to my knowledge. Yeah. I like being able to take off, and obviously I'm not against it for people who need it. I'm just saying that I like to also take off for myself subtitles that tell you that there's like a crack of thunder or, you know, whatever sound effects are happening. I am glad that it is an option, though, for people who need that.
2,
Δις ασφαλής να λάβει εσύ, ούτε στην κρόση της πολίτας.
Γιατί τούτο παιδεύεις?
Άπαγε! Και μη επιστρέψεις!
Μην του το πεις.
The closer we get to Sparta, the more memories keep flooding in.
No matter how far I ran, I never could escape them.
I know. On Naxos I could forget. It was as if I had locked Sparta in a box and tossed it to the bottom of the sea.
Did you put your memories of us in that box?
I wanted to, but it would have taken all the wood in the land to build one big enough.
Awesome, finally got that dialogue. As clean as I think I'm possibly going to get it without trying 500 times.
Move. Yeah!
Alright, now that we're here, I'll make another save, but this time I want to actually get the sound effect audio on its own. Now this next part's pretty tricky in terms of the narrative, especially with your dialogue choices versus how the scripted dialogue is supposed to represent the characters. Sometimes the dialogue choice that you make doesn't suit how the writers have wanted the character to be conveyed in scripted dialogue that you have no control over choosing. Alright, so actually I'll worry about that when we actually get to the part where I'm recording the dialogue. Hold that thought. Oh, that's great, Stan. Smashed potatoes definitely live up to the hype. Nice. I love that stuff. Alrighty then. So we've covered all that with the sound only. Time to do all that with the audio, the dialogue only. And then I'll explain my position on these different scenarios here.
This is where I first trained you to use your spear.
Hesitation only hastens the grave.
You remembered.
How do you think I got this far?
We had to pry that spear from your hand while you slept. You said you needed it to fight the monsters in your dreams.
I couldn't face Cerberus empty-handed. Those children will be ripped to shreds. We should help them.
Cassandra, wait! You mustn't interfere. This is Spartan training territory.
Alright, so I'm going to cover these dialogue choices here as well, and then this one. So I'm going to help them anyways. That's the one that I'm treating as my priority choice. So narratively speaking, in parts of the story where you choose what dialogue you want to say, when it comes to the main character and their thoughts about Sparta, you can be against Sparta in the way that they treated the character and all that kind of stuff, and what happened to the family and everything. Or you can be for Sparta and be like, oh, well, maybe things have changed, kind of, that kind of thing. With Merlini, she is in the main narrative and the scripted dialogue. She is someone who absolutely, hates, obviously, what happened when both of her children went off the cliff and all that kind of stuff. And the only reason why Nikolaos did what he did is because Nikolaos is really strict about Spartan law. And so he adhered to Spartan law and basically dropped Cassandra off the mountain. And that was like the punishment kind of thing. Now, obviously, Marini was devastated and distraught by that, and she didn't want that to happen. Now, fast forward to finding Marini again, and there's a choice where you get dialogue choices of, what to say about Sparta. And you can decide to be against Sparta, or you can decide to be for Sparta. Now, the thing is, if you decide to be against Sparta, that is playing it more towards how Cassandra is written, or Alexius, if you play as him, how they're written in the scripted dialogue and the narrative of the story, is to not be someone that is going to just be like, oh yeah, it was Spartan law, it's all good. They had no choice. It was Spartan law, so we had to follow it, kind of thing. That's not how the character is in scripted dialogue for the narrative. So I feel that Cassandra would be like, fuck Spartan law. I'm going to help these people who are going to die. And the thing is, like, these people that she's going to help, they're not fully trained Spartans who've had years of fighting experience. They're basically, new recruits at a very young age who are, fighting against these wolves, And sure, you can look at it and say, well, it's not about whether or not they're inexperienced. It's about whether or not they are able to succeed at killing the wolf. And if they're not successful, then that's just the way it goes. If they're not successful and someone interfered by trying to help them, then that's not good either, But I feel that the Eagle Bearer would not just be like, oh, well, that's Spartan law, have to accept it. Now, you could, if you wanted to, have the character say, yes, that's understand, whatever, and then move on. But I feel that this would be what I feel the Eagle Bearer would actually do if this wasn't a dialogue choice. I think that they would want to actually help and prevent these Spartans from dying. Now, obviously, they still die anyway, regardless of whether or not you decide to help them, regardless of how long it takes you to help them. They will still die. You can't stop them from dying. That's their fate all the time. So I'm going to go with these two other options first, and then reload my save once I've done each one, and then I'll have to reload the save after choosing one, then choose the other, reload save, then choose the other. So I have to do it like that, but I'll go from the bottom up to the top.
The agoge is what turns boys into men. Interfering would only weaken them, weaken Sparta.
They're no good to Sparta if we leave them to die.
And they're no good to Sparta if they're too weak to kill a wolf. Come, let's go home.
Actually, I might need to get the dialogue that happens with Merlini as we're leaving this spot before reloading the save, because she might have different dialogue that she says after choosing whatever choice you do that's different from all the other choices. So I'll just have to play that out.
Time for a ride. That training is ruthless.
Not ruthless. Effective. The best of those boys will become Cryptia, keepers of the peace and stalkers in the night.
Stalkers in the night?
There's a reason Sparta never changes. It has rules, and they are strict. Spartans rule Laconia, but most of its citizens are ilotas, enslaved peasants made to work the fields and mines.
Slaves? Why don't they revolt?
Spartan fields keep them fed, and Spartan warriors keep them safe. First from the Persians, and now from the Athenians. When they forget their place, the Cryptia are ordered to keep the peace.
I see.
Most of us make great sacrifice.
I never thought I'd find myself back in Sparta. It looks so peaceful, despite the war raging elsewhere.
Most. Not all.
Alright, so that's a bit messy, but I will have to actually do that section multiple times to actually get some clean dialogue for what's being said. Alright, so we've sussed that out anyway to see what might be different. Now this time I'll choose the middle option.
I hope you're right. For their sake.
The agoge is what turns boys into men. Interfering would only weaken them, weaken Sparta.
They're no good to Sparta if we leave them to die.
And they're no good to Sparta if they're too weak to kill a wolf. Come, let's go home.
That training is ruthless.
Not ruthless. Effective. The best of those boys will become Cryptia, keepers of the peace and stalkers in the night.
Stalkers in the night?
There's a reason Sparta never changes. It has rules, and they are strict. Spartans rule Laconia, but most of its citizens are ilotas, enslaved peasants made to work the fields and mines.
Slaves? Why don't they revolt?
You'll die here!
Spartan fields keep them fed, and Spartan warriors keep them safe. First from the Persians, and now from the Athenians. When they forget their place, the Cryptia are ordered to keep the peace.
Alright, so I'm not really too... I was trying to see if I could, while I'm doing this part, see if I could get some clean audio, but that fucked up. But I just thought I'd figure I would try that out as I was going anyway. But overall, that doesn't matter, but still annoying. Lucinda, Rude Wolf, really game? Trying to have a conversation here? Oh yeah, Lucinda, absolutely. It's like, and we're just like on the road as well, like about to get into the area as well. It's not like we're out in the open area or anything.
This is where
I can't stand here doing nothing. I'm going to help them.
Ow! Ow! Help! I can't feel my legs. Mater?
I'm not your mother, but I'm sure she's proud of you.
Tell her I'm sorry I yelled. I was angry. I didn't mean to.
He died with honor.
His death was unnecessary.
What are you doing here?
I was passing by when the wolves attacked these boys. But they're Spartans in training, so I let them handle things on their own.
She lies. She fought the wolves, clearly wanting glory for herself.
You've interfered with Spartan law and lied about it. There's more honor in that dead boy's heart. You should return to where you came from.
Are you all right? What happened?
I couldn't just stand by and watch.
The Ago Yi is what turns boys into men, and soldiers into Spartans. You have only made them weaker by interfering.
What good are they to anyone if they're dead?
Cassandra, please. This isn't Kefalonia, Naxos, or anywhere else. This is Sparta, and breaking Spartan law can get you killed.
Believe me, Mater. I know exactly what breaking Spartan law gets you.
Come, let's go home.
That training is ruthless.
Not ruthless, effective. The best of those boys will become Cryptia, keepers of the peace and stalkers in the night.
Stalkers?
Alright, so I don't need to worry about that dialogue yet. Based on what I decided was the priority choice there. Alright, so I'm going to reload the save. Now, when I chose the option of Cassandra saying I was just passing by, that wasn't really my priority one. I just wanted to get that just in case I decide to use it in the edit. But it's interesting though, because by the text alone, you would think that the character will say something like, I was passing by, I saw them under attack by the wolves, and I went and helped them. But obviously the way that they did that is by having Cassandra try to lie about it and be like, oh yeah, I was just, I just came upon them on their training ground doing that, and yeah, this is just what happened, And the funny thing is, right, usually in dialogue choices, they actually put an icon next to certain dialogue choices to tell you what kind of repercussions it has. Like, it might be a dialogue choice that's a flirting result. It might be a dialogue choice that is, I'm going to, kill the enemy or whoever it is choice. But there's also a choice to lie or not. And that top one is really a lie. Part of it is true, the part about coming across the training, but the part that's a lie is when Cassandra's like, "Oh yeah, I didn't do anything. I just heard them and then came and had a look." When clearly she did fight. So my priority choice is going to be the other one. So I'll get that one now, and then continue on from there.
I can't stand here.
Ow! Ow! Help, I can't feel my legs.
I'm not your... His death was... These boys were in trouble. I thought I'd help.
No, she didn't!
Don't lie to me, boy! You should be ashamed of yourself. And you. These boys are weaker now because of you. The Spartan army will be weaker because of you. I should kill you where you stand.
Are you all right? What happened?
I couldn't just stand by and watch.
The Ago Yi is what turns boys into men, and soldiers into Spartans. You have only made them weaker by interfering.
What good are they to anyone if they're dead?
Cassandra, please. This isn't Kefalonia, Naxos, or anywhere else. This is Sparta, and breaking Spartan law can get you killed.
Believe me, Mater. I know exactly what breaking Spartan law gets you.
Come, let's go home.
That training is ruthless.
Not ruthless. Effective. The best of those boys will become Cryptia, keepers of the peace and stalkers in the night.
Stalkers in the night?
There's a reason Sparta never changes. It has rules, and they are strict. Spartans rule Laconia, but most of its citizens are ilotas, enslaved peasants made to work the fields and mines.
Slaves? Why don't they revolt?
Spartan fields keep them fed, and Spartan warriors keep them safe. First from the Persians, and now from the Athenians. When they forget their place, the Cryptia are ordered to keep the peace.
I see.
Most of us make great sacrifices for comfort.
Most. Not all.
Well, that actually was really good how that worked out, because we had more area to cover before we got to the destination, which meant that in the area where we currently were, we could actually get the dialogue audio pretty cleanly without any wolves attacking or anything else that the game can randomly throw at you. So that's where I'll make a save here. There'll also be dialogue when we actually see Sparta as well. So what I might do is just see what happens if we leave Melini here and go ahead to Sparta without her. Yeah, I know, right? NPC? The NPC is like, what? But I want to go there just to get the dialogue that happens when Cassandra actually goes there. Let's see, I think... Was that where they're going to go? Yeah.
Ella.
I think, anyway. We'll see. Because if I get that dialogue now, I won't have to worry about trying to get it later.
Ella.
Τηράτε την τάξην. Ό,τι η εξεγύμναζον τους αρίστους. Απαιτώ γουν σέβας οίκιστον.
10 μήνας υπό της αυτής στέγης και ομός...
Κινηθείτε ευθέως εκείσε. Ουκ ημωγέ. Ουδείς ημών το
Τηράτε τούτο
σούτος
καθαρό.
Τηράτε τούτο καθαρό. 10 μήνας υπό της αυτής στέγης και ομός...
I never thought I'd find myself back in Sparta. It looks so peaceful, despite the war raging elsewhere.
There we go, got that dialogue.
Come on.
Πάψε! Πάψε! Οχλείς με!
Κράτε τούτο καθαρό!
Ότι είναι στρατιώτες.
Ορώσε! Μη τούτο τολμήσεις.
Αδιχώνεστη.
Πόρο!
Ασφάλεια νουκ αισθάνομαι.
Ήρες στο εμπαρόδο τα των χρεών...
Ψεύδος, πάυσε τούτου ταχαίως.
Ήρες στο εμπαρόδο τα των χρεών της χείας.
Εκεί ωρά.
Αν αναμενήσουν λίγο να αποδημάσουν.
Αλήκουσα, πού ποιον τέθη το μήνυμα.
Βαβέ, τούτους τους...
Χρώμεθα το παραδείγματι των έργων αυτού.
Φήμες πράξεις σου έγνων.
Δυσπετώ το βίο.
Παύσεις!
Ήκουεσαν ότι η θυγάτηρ μου εκληρονόμησε νοικίαν
Πειράτε την τάξη.
Ουδέποτε όρακα σάρκα και αίμα.
Μονάζεσαι σε παλμός πατριδικόρα σε εμισφαιρίσκιον κενό.
Alright, first I want to cover any sound effect audio that I want to get or might be useful. Alright, now for the dialogue parts. I'm going to go for all the different variations, and then when I get to the editing phase of this project, I'll worry about which one I'm going to use. I mean, there's some that I feel more strongly about, but I want to get the other ones anyway.
Μόνον όταν το επιχείρημα δομεί και... Πού καν λάβεις τούτο. Who you think you are? Αυτά προς χάριν σου και νυν τη μητέα. Συ. Και ο οίκος, ποια εστιν η πίστης. Είμαι το σου το προσδετή. Τι ξένο.
Ορατών το ψεύδο σου.
Ο εμός πατήρ, η γόρας εν μης, περίσχυον κενών.
This was the first and last place I ever felt safe.
As soon as you were old enough to hold a spear, you trained in this yard from morning till night.
Nikolaos was a tough teacher to please.
He hid his pride from you. But every night he would tell me, she's going to bring glory to Sparta.
As much as I hate him for what he did, I wouldn't be who I am today without his training.
My heart broke that day. But for the first time in ages, standing here with you, I truly believe it can mend again.
Me too.
Do you remember the first time you held your brother?
I've tried to block out what happened here.
You were so scared of breaking him. You ran around the house, gathering every pillow and blanket. You piled them all around you, and only then did you feel safe to hold him.
He was so small.
Even then, you held him so tight, I thought you would squeeze the life out of him.
He turned out stronger than we thought.
The gods must be playing tricks on my eyes.
Vrasidas! It's amazing you've survived this long, sneaking up on people like that.
Ha! Last time I saw you, I had to pull you out of a burning warehouse.
You look well, Brasidas.
The rumors were true. You're alive!
Many we thought to be dead are still breathing.
When I heard the two of you came home...
We're in Sparta, but we're not home yet.
We want our house back, Vrasidas.
Sparta claimed your estate after Nikolaos' disappearance. They're waiting for his adopted son to claim it. But he hasn't returned from the war.
Stentor? I knew I should have killed him on the beach. Sparta can't just take our home.
They can. They did. And if you want it back, you'll have to convince the kings, which won't be easy.
Why not?
As happy as I am to see you, the kings won't be. Especially Archidamos. Your exit from Sparta wasn't exactly... graceful.
He can't still be mad I broke his nose.
You what?
In any case, he hasn't forgotten. But I have an idea that might help him forgive.
Tell us.
Spartan soldiers have been giving weapons to the Ilotes. Whoever takes care of these traitors will earn his thanks.
So, to get our house back, I must take out the Spartan commander responsible for inciting a useless rebellion. Sounds easy enough.
Find me in the throne room when it's done.
And where will you be?
This is where I raised you. It's also where Leonidas raised me. I'm going to visit his tomb just beyond the estate. You should pay your respects too before you get started.
I'll try. Hasn't he? If he were a better man, he wouldn't have let go of me.
My heart broke that day. But if we are ever to heal as a family, we must stop reopening old wounds.
Some wounds never close.
Do you remember the first time you held your brother?
I was scared I'd break him. I piled every blanket and pillow we had around me.
Even then, you held him so tight, I thought you would squeeze the life out of him.
He turned out stronger than we thought.
The gods must be playing tricks on my eyes.
Good to see you, Brasidas. It's been a long time since I rescued you from the warehouse fire in Corinth.
That's not how I remember it.
You look well, Brasidas.
The rumors were true. You're alive!
Many we thought to be dead are still breathing.
When I heard the two of you came home...
We're in Sparta, but we're not home yet.
We want our house back, Brasidas.
Sparta claimed your estate after Nikolaos' disappearance. They're waiting for his adopted son to claim it. But he hasn't returned from the war.
Stentor? I knew I should have killed him on the beach. What do we have to do to get it back?
You'll need to negotiate your Spartan citizenship with the kings. It won't be easy.
Why not?
As happy as I am to see you, the kings won't be. Especially Archidamos. Your exit from Sparta wasn't exactly... graceful.
He can't still be mad I broke his nose.
You what?
In any case, he hasn't forgotten. But I have an idea that might help him forgive.
Tell us.
Spartan soldiers have been...
Why on earth would Spartan soldiers be helping Ilotes?
Ilotes greatly outnumber Spartan citizens. But they're leaderless. Mostly farmhands, servants, and apprentices. If someone unified them, armed them, and trained them, they'd be a real threat to Sparta.
But you said it was Spartans who were arming them.
All the more reason to deal with this quickly. You find out why the Ilotes are being armed, and you'll have the king's attention.
Where will I find these Spartans?
They were last spotted in the Gorani marble quarry, in the forest of Eurotas.
So, I find the soldiers. Then what?
Spartans are loyal to their commander. Take him out, and the rest should disperse.
And the weapons?
Destroy them. The Ilotes have caused enough trouble with shovels and sickles. The last thing Sparta needs right now is them carrying swords.
So, to get our house back, I must...
Find me...
And where will you be?
This is where I raised...
I'll try.
Alright, now to make another save. Covered all those different bits of dialogue. Okay, so I'm going to make use of another save to test something. I don't know if doing this quest first before this one means that when you do this one, there'll be one set of dialogue or reaction from Marini, or if you just go there straight away, if the dialogue that Marini says will be the same regardless of whether you do this one first or not. But what I think I might do, because this one would be more time consuming, I'll do this first and then come back here, and then I can cover the other way around where it's just doing this one straight away. Hang on. Actually, make another save now. And it'll be actually better to do this first without having done the other quest.
Get out of here!
Η τραγωδία κινείται μεταξύ
Make way!
συνεκτιμών ενδεόντων στο απροσδόκητο του πελάτου.
Μη του το πεις! Πόσον τούτου! Αποκτήνεις
We'll not be outmaneuvered by the Athenians.
Grandfather was a true hero.
You should have the commander show you.
Maybe one day they'll sculpt a statue of me.
You'll lose a finger if you touch it.
Yeah, right.
Apparently, he sleeps with it. That's just a disaster waiting to happen if you ask me.
You're such a liar.
A sharp sword is a thing of beauty, but nothing beats taking down Athenians with your bare hands.
Αληθώς τούτο συνέβη.
Leonidas, the same blood.
Alright, so I don't think it's going to be different. So I'm just going to skip all this. I will be covering it without skipping it.
What it's king here who?
Because we didn't have Meridian say, oh, you know, you decided to come here first or something like that.
You be in or but we got there's the creep one to go.
If killing creep.
Alright, so that's the other one. Hello there, Max. How's things going for you today? I hope you're having a good day.
Τα σπράξεις σου έγνωρε. Μικίνη! Τι? Σι, αλ!
Let's go. Yeah!
Turn away and get out of here!
Better stay hidden. Yeah! Found him. This is the marble quarry Brasidas mentioned. Found them. The weapons have to be here somewhere. I need to take down their commander. There's only one Spartan here that I need to kill. It'll be easier if I don't alert the others.
Alright. Need to get that dialogue without any other sort of things interrupting it, just in case I decide to use it all.
Found him. This is the marble quarry Brasidas mentioned. Found them. They'll be on high alert. I need to take down their commander.
They'll be on high alert. I need to take out their commander. Can't use that dialogue. I think too, it's a bit overkill with these newer Assassin's Creed games. How many times they have the character say the dialogue, "I need to be stealthy here," when it shouldn't happen beyond the first instance, because I think players, would understand after the first time they hear it that that type of area is one in which stealth is an approach that you can take.
Found him. This is the marble quarry Brasidas mentioned. I should be extra careful in this area. I need to take down their commander. The weapons have to be here somewhere. There's only one Spartan here that I need to kill. It'll be easier if I don't alert the others.
Who's doing that? Whoever's whistling needs to stop, now!
I think he's hearing things.
Huh?
After all, there was no whistling. What was he talking about? There literally was no whistling. I know it's because I've turned off sound effects, and the whistling is related to sound effects, not related to dialogue, which is interesting because grunts are related to dialogue, but not sound effects. Go figure.
Found them.
What was that? Let's see how well you whistle when I knock your teeth out! What? Oh! Oh!
This is your end!
Can anyone hear me? Help!
Your life is over!
Αλόκοτον.
I can't repay you, so I won't try.
Ουε, απαξάπανε στα λούμεν. Άρον, φύγομαι.
That is one strong fucking weapon rack made out of wood that can't burn.
One down, 4 to go.
I wanted to destroy it without having any exertion sounds happening, but I think that still worked out well. I think the exertion sound happened before the actual dialogue audio started happening.
You don't belong. Take no prisoners.
Oh!
I don't know what language that dude was speaking. Hello there, Ryu. How's things going, dude?
That's 2. Time to find the others.
Excellent, Ryu. That's awesome that you're going well, dude.
Yeah. 3 weapon racks destroyed. Won't take much longer. Only one more to go.
Alright, so we've done that side quest now. What I want to do is go and do this next one and then see if there's actually any difference in what Merlini says when you interact with her, having done the side quest that is finished. Or if it's just the same thing that she says if you go to her first instead. Oh, thanks for doing that, Ryu. Yeah, I'll check that soon.
Ούδινα με θα συνευρίσκεστε τι ούτω τρόπος, καθοδόν πλησιονικού, ο εμός πενθερός...
Ζητάχιστα απελθύνε.
Oh yeah, Ryu, so you got some new redesigns for the MKAU whenever you get to Season 4. That's an interesting set of colors for Liu Kang as well. Is that kind of based on the 2021 movie as well as some other stuff? Game Fanatic, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Oh yeah, and Sonia as well. What I want to do is get any sound effects that might be in this moment. Oh. Toasty! Alright, got all the sounds with that. Time to get all the dialogues. I reviewed the 2021 movie as an influence, but also the upcoming Mortal Kombat 1 with Liu Kang wearing blue. It was also heavily inspired by his. It was also inspired by his versus screen render in Mortal Kombat 4, which used his player 2 color for some reason. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wonder why they did that for. You know, it's funny some of the design choices that they decide to do, but also what they decide to actually use as well. It's also why you chose the red color for Sonya, since her versus screen render in Mortal Kombat 4 used her player 2 skin as well. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, I didn't even realize.
Ουδυνάμεθα συνευρίσκεστε τι ούτω τρόπος καθοδόν πλησίον οίκου. Ο εμός περιφερός οίκη πλέον διαμένει και εμέ κατασκοπεύει.
Επιτρέπετε εσείς να αναστρέφεστε.
Grandfather was a true hero. Maybe one day they'll sculpt a statue of me.
Επιστρέφω οίκοθηκε ως φρένετε των ηματίων μου.
Ως φρένετε των ηματίων σου.
Leonidas. He was Sparta's last true hero. We'd all be under the yoke of the Persian Empire if it wasn't for his courage. The same blood courses through your veins.
My blood courses through these veins, not some man's I've never met.
Leonidas was king, Cassandra.
And yet I grew up in the dirt.
Hold out your spear.
All of this talk of the Pythia, I do not care what she says.
Enough! We have grown tired of your insolent tongue. Sparta will not go to war. The Pythia has spoken.
Pythia says what you tell her to say. She has been your puppet for far too long. The time has come to cut her strings.
Oh, Leonidas, the days of heroes are over. You think your blood makes you special? If we opened your veins, it would spill to the ground and disappear through the cracks. You are no one.
You are more than welcome to find out.
Your fate is sealed, son of the lion. Xerxes will unite us. He will bring order to chaos.
Defy the Pythia and everyone you love. Everything you stand for will perish.
Gather the men.
My king?
Xerxes wants Sparta. He'll have to go through me.
Incredible! Now do you understand?
What must I do?
It's time we embrace our destiny. Both of us. If we don't stop the cult before it's too late, then all Leonidas fought and died for was for nothing. Our bloodline has risen to those who would enslave us.
It's time we rise again.
Well, well, well. Mother and daughter united in Sparta at last. And look at you, goddesses among mortals.
King Pausanias, we're honored. I was sorry to hear about your father.
Yes, our fathers would have been proud to see us here today.
You remember Cassandra, my king?
Who could forget? The girl who died to save her brother. Such a tragedy. An innocent child put to death because of an ancient, merciless law.
Ancient and merciless. Most Spartans live and die by these laws. But you sound more progressive.
And you sound like you've been rubbing elbows with Athenians.
I've been to a symposium or two.
In any case, Sparta was weakened by losing you both.
We're examples of why these laws must change.
Oh, I agree. But King Archidamos, if he could carve Spartan law across the chests of every citizen, he would.
I've spent my whole life looking over my shoulder. If Sparta is to be my home again, I'd rather it be a peaceful one.
Peace at what cost? When Spartans aren't killing, they're training to kill. And when they're not killing Athenians, they're declaring war on their own people. But we're not here to talk about the dead, are we?
We know Sparta reclaimed our house after what happened to my father in Megaris. We want it back.
Mind your tongue, child. You may not live in Sparta anymore, but I'm still your king.
We graciously request an audience with you and King Archidamos to discuss reinstating our citizenship and reclaiming our home.
Of course. There's nothing I'd want more. Archidamos, however, still hasn't forgiven you for the whole nose incident.
What can we do to sway him?
There's rumor of a Hilot rebellion, and the Kreptia are stoking the flames. Savagely killing Helots, stealing livestock, and leaving corpses to rot in the streets.
The Kryptia represents Sparta's ultimate achievement in military training. Their discipline and fearlessness make Sparta's army the most feared in the world.
Once. But the Kryptia have become corrupt and bloodthirsty. And training boys to kill unarmed peasants is nothing to be proud of. Do you want your home back or not? Good. So the Ilots will no longer support the senseless slaughtering of their people.
If killing Kryptia will get our home back, I'll do it.
Alright, so that's that. Now, need to reload the save and then get all the other dialogue choices. Ryu also to kind of show the growth of the characters since the Outworld saga. Yeah, showing evolution not just through, the character aging, but also through, their outfits and stuff like that. Re-looking at this game, you hardly get Assassin's Creed vibes now that you brought it up. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the story in the past is that when you're just dealing with the Family Questline, there's nothing really that points to the Spear of Leonidas being a piece of Eden unless you incorporate the present day parts of the story into it. If you took the present day parts out of the story that even refer to it, or even have someone find it, and you were to treat this as a story that just takes place in this time period, then the spear itself could be conceived to just be some, magical weapon. But the problem is that when you try and tie that to Assassin's Creed, and you try to tie that to the technology that was created by the ones who came before, then it's a different kettle of fish, because the spear is not supposed to be a magical weapon. It's supposed to be a piece of technology. But they treat it like a magical weapon in this game, which goes against what it actually is. People observing it in this time period would be right to think it's magic, and that's fine, because you're talking about a perspective thing. But players who know the fact that these are actually pieces of technology know that. Present-day characters know that. When a present-day character in Assassin's Creed finds a particular item, like a piece of Eden, they know it's not magic. They know it's a piece of technology. Because we've advanced to the point now where things are so advanced in comparison to, back in, say, this time period, that we know that it's not magical. We know that it's a piece of technology. So it's not really until you get to the point of the story where you meet Pythagoras, and that's when you actually hear the words from Aletheia, and you go and you deal with the people who have possession of pieces of Eden that make others think they're monsters. They're not actually monsters. They're not being turned into monsters. People observing them see them as the monster because they're in possession of it. And it's taken control of the person so much that they're not able to communicate to anyone that, hey, I'm not a monster, you know. So all that kind of stuff, when you start incorporating that, that's when you have elements that they're trying to tie to the wider series as well. And then the Fate of Atlantis DLC that deals with all the not the afterlife, but it does well, you got Hades and you got Elysium. But when it starts to deal with all that stuff too, that's when it starts to further muddy the waters because they backtrack on the fact that the pieces of Eden that the quote-unquote Cyclops had was just an illusion that other people would see them as that. The DLC contradicts the main game way of doing that and actually says, oh no, they were actually literally Cyclopses that were created by the Isu as some kind of like genetic experiment and all that kind of stuff. You know, and that's not conducive with the other aspects of the series or the main game story where they do that as well. You know, so there's all these different pieces that are moving and all that kind of stuff. And the thing about Assassin's Creed is whether you like the present day stories or not, the events that happen in the present day are part of what makes Assassin's Creed what it is. Because if you look at Prince of Persia, for example, in comparison, Prince of Persia is definitely set in the past all the way through. There's no present day section. But the kind of like big difference that Ubisoft did with Assassin's Creed to separate it from Prince of Persia, and yes, I know Assassin's Creed was a Prince of Persia game before it became Assassin's Creed. I just want to put that in there before someone says that, because inevitably that always comes up. But when they decided to make it its own thing and having the present day, that's a part of it that separates it from Prince of Persia, which would separate it from other games that are set, like God of War, for example. It separates it from God of War and that kind of stuff. So all those elements are actually part of what makes the series. It's not just about the assassins and the creed. It's also about these other things. But that doesn't mean that you can undermine the actual assassins and their creed with what you do. It's still good to actually adhere to it and actually respect it and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Odyssey sort of like takes the route of, you know, we're going to make the main character have all these magical abilities, but we're not going to delineate between the two and say, this is just for gameplay purposes. Just like a cosmetic look would just be for gameplay purposes. Like if you're riding on a big polar bear, that doesn't mean there literally was a polar bear in that time period. You just choose to have that be what your mount looks like, a cosmetic reason. They don't really delineate between what is actually gameplay with the spear, purely gameplay, and what is actually something the spear is actually doing or helping. For example, when Cassandra is talking about using the spear, when she is a child, she talks about how she could feel something magical about it. That's how she describes it, but it doesn't mean it's magic. You know, as it's all about perspective. You know, if we're watching a movie that's set in a past time period and a character looks at something that is actually a piece of technology that they've discovered and it does something, the character saying it's magic doesn't mean that it literally is magic. That character thinks it is, but that doesn't mean it is. So from our perspective, we know it's not magic, you know, for example. So there's all these different elements and stuff like that. And not everything is explained in the story as to why certain things can happen. It's like, why can Cassandra jump from 500 feet, like from a great height and not take any damage? Just because. The spear. The spear does it. Yeah, but how does it do it? It just does it. But how does it do it? It just does it. You know, it's a lazy way of just having something that the spear can do without actually explaining it in the context of the story and the world of the game that you've crafted as well. And going back to what I was saying earlier, if you're going to have something fantastical or magical or highly technological, you still need to have a logic within that world that you've created, and so that you can't have anything possible. You have to have restrictions on what is possible and what's not possible, even with magic, even with advanced technology, even with, sort of like fantasy elements and all that kind of stuff. Ryu, in case you were wondering, the Outworld Saga is basically Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3. That's fair enough, yeah. 1, 2, and 3. The trilogy. Hey there, Zereth. Welcome on in. It's odd. I see. Get it? Welcome on in, Zereth. I get it. Indeed. Listen, okay, right, it's time for you to head out to Red Lobster for some seafood and to get some shrimp, crab, and lobster probably. That is so awesome, Lucinda. I really hope that you and Necro have an awesome time, and happy anniversary to both of you again. I hope you have a wonderful time. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Liberation every Monday and Tuesday. That's the game that she's currently up to in the series. Most recently finished Assassin's Creed 3. Assassin's Creed 3 was her second playthrough ever, but the other games in the series that she's playing are first-time playthroughs. And also is playing a game called Daymare 1998 as well. Is also a big fan of horror stuff, especially Resident Evil, and is a big fan of The Last of Us and Last of Us 2, and is also a stream raider captain as well. So if you're looking for a great streamer who fits those bills as well, highly recommend checking out Lucinda also. You make sense too, would you say? Yeah, I mean, I would say it would make sense, to have them be something related to the Outworld saga and all that kind of stuff, because that was one period of time in the lore of the series, and now they've obviously moved on to something different as well, and that's okay, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thanks again for being here, and I hope you have a good one. Definitely catch you again soon.
Dawn has come. Grandfather was a true hero. Maybe one day they'll sculpt a statue of me. I'm proud of my lineage, but I carve my own path.
You carry the blood of heroes. You can carve much more than the path of a mercenary. Hold out your spear. Incredible! Now, do you understand?
What must I do?
It's time we embrace our destiny. Both of us. If we don't, our bloodline.
It's time we...
Well,
King Puffs,
yeah,
you're a
who?
I killed an elder. Sparta didn't find that very innocent.
Cassandra.
In any case, Sparta was weakened by losing you both.
We're examples of why these laws must change.
Oh, I agree.
Spartan laws destroyed my family. Spartan laws had me claw my way through the streets. We're here today because he defied those laws.
He did, and he lost his head for it. But we're not here to talk of
what?
their once do good.
If killing Cryptia will get our home back, I'll do it.
Alright, so I've got those variations of dialogue to work with. Now to reload the save and then get the other variations and the ones that I'm going to stick with before moving on to the next part.
Grandfather was at...
Πού δυνάμεθα συνευρίσκεστε τούτο τρόπος καθοδόν πλησίον οίκου. Ο αιμός πενθερός οίκη πλέον διαμένει.
So, our blood is the blood of kings.
You are so much more than a mercenary. You carry the blood of heroes, blood of power. Remember what I told you?
That people would try to take that power for themselves.
And then you promised.
I wouldn't let them.
Hold out your spear. Incredible! Now do you understand?
What must I do?
It's time we embrace it's King your
Thanks for sharing. Always been an axeman myself.
2 innocent children were put to their deaths that day.
Cassandra, enough. Apologies, my king. She's been away from Sparta for a long time.
You both have. This one has fire like her mother. In any case, Sparta was weakened by losing you both.
We're examples of why these laws must change.
Oh, I agree. But King Archidamos, if he could carve Spartan law across the chests of every citizen, he would.
Spartan laws destroyed my family. Spartan laws had me claw my way through the streets.
We're here.
There's the creep want do you goes.
And where would I start looking for these cryptia?
One can be found in the fort on Zarak's Point. Another was assigned to guard the Spartan leader's house. The third is more elusive. He was last seen in one of the villages west of Hilot Hills. He's definitely the loudest of the 3.
My mother spoke of these cryptia. What can you tell me about them?
They are the hidden ones. Hand-picked at an early age, starved and trained in isolation. They must steal and kill to survive. If they succeed at their training, they become the king's guard.
But why have me kill them?
For years, the Cryptia kept the peace between the Ilots and Spartans. Troublemakers and threats among the Ilots were dealt with. But lately, these Cryptia have been killing men, women, and children without reason or mercy. Babies ripped from their mothers and fed to the wolves. The Cryptia have become a breeding ground for ruthless savages.
Is there anything I should know about King Archidamos?
Traditional, brutal, boring. Archidamos values the old ways over the welfare of his people. He sided with the elders that day on Mount Taygetos.
If killing Cryptia will get our home back, I'll do it.
Alright, so we've got all the variations there. Now I can keep saving from manual save too. One massive challenge with your alternate universe is where to go after the initial trilogy and how many more seasons should you do. Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on how much story there is that you want to tell as well. And I guess you could do different variations as well. Try one grouping or variation first, and then another, and then compare the 2 or however many you come up with, and then decide, okay, would I rather go with this one over that one versus this one kind of thing.
You shouldn't waste any time. The Cryptia must be killed.
Did anyone tell you why the commander smells so much? Apparently he's got some huge wound that won't heal. Don't say. That's why he's always going off on his own when he bathes. Doesn't want me to see the sores all over his body. So long as he keeps leading us this well, I'll deal with him though. Just don't offer to eat with him.
Pausanias gave you a task. Spartan kings aren't known for their patience.
Review 6 to 7.
Archidamos believes in the old ways, won't
Review 6 to 7 seasons is the ideal limit too. You know there are 12 main games, but usually shows start losing steam after 5 or so seasons. Yeah, that can definitely happen. That's for sure. But that's definitely a good amount.
If Archidamos believes in the old ways, won't killing his Cryptia create conflict between him and Pausanias? I miss Kefalonia sometimes. Life was simple, even if Marcos was a bumbling idiot.
Review plus the later seasons you have planned combine of at least 2 of the games into one. Example, Deadly Alliance and Mortal Kombat 10. Ah, that's interesting. 5 and 10 together. The stories and that of that.
Δάκνην τα δωράκινά σου. Ή έχεις άραγε και άπαντες αναμέλπωση.
Μετέβηνη στον Οβολοστάτην εχθές και μη είπε τα στιμάς συντιμάστε. Αναβιβάσονται το δάνεισμα επί δεύτερον και μέρος εις επίπρωτον και οκτώμερη. Εγεγέννητο το αυτό.
Μετέβηνε στον Οβολοστάτην εχθές και μη είπε τα...
Basically a new generation season, while Quan Chi Kunt and Shang Tsung form an alliance to resurrect the Dragon King's army. You know how much I dislike Quan Chi as a character. Of course, one of the biggest changes is that Liu Kang does not die or become corrupted. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's definitely a strong way to separate your alternate universe version.
Λέγωση εμεί εξαδέλφοι απεκτήσατο πολλά τη χρήματα των πρώτων.
Και αυτό το σάπιο. Λείψαμε δάνειο.
Μετέβηνε στον Οβολοστάτην εχθές και μη είπε τα στιμάς συντιμάστε.
Γιγνώσκω ήδη ποια εστί και ούκα θέλω ζωγραφήν ταύτην.
Μετέβηνε στον Οβολοστάτην
εχθές. Τι δέστια την ακύκλα.
Move! The Cryptia.
Listen up! I'm only going to say this once. Ugh, this village stinks like a pig's asshole. Everyone shut up, or you'll eat steel! I'd be more than happy to bash your teeth in if you don't settle down!
Night and day we slave for Sparta! They take everything from us! Night and day we slave for Sparta! They take
Άκουσε η Μάρτα, σε πες τι παραμένει. Βλάψει στην Α!
Alright, I want to get that again, just in case something interfered with the dialogue. Because we had another friggin' wolf just attack randomly. Ryu, you feel with the adaptations of video games and comic books, there is a huge abundance of material to use, but it really depends on what you use and how you use it. That is definitely a good point as well. Punch to the crotch and then neck snap. Nice combo.
The Cryptia.
Imagine if Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat 95 did that to Goro after the punch to the crotch. Just snapped his neck.
Listen up! I'm only going to say this once. Ugh, this village stinks like a pig's asshole. Everyone shut up, or you'll eat steel! I'd be more than happy to bash your teeth in if you don't settle down!
Night and day we slave for Sparta! They take everything from us! They treat us worse than dogs! They kill us without reason! We can't live like this! Gods, we pray to you! We beg you!
I was talking before about and it's not just with Odyssey, it's also with Origins of Valhalla. The main character is always programmed every time from the start of the fucking game to the end of it to fucking say a line of dialogue when you enter into a restricted area. Maybe someone will detect me. This is a restricted area. Need to be quiet. Yeah, 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 yeah. We fucking get it, game developers. Alright? Just have it happen once. At the start of the game. I think we know when we're going into a restricted area in these games by now.
The Cryptia.
Listen up! I'm only going to say this once. Ugh, this village stinks like a pig's asshole. Everyone shut up, or you'll eat steel! I'd be more than happy to bash your teeth in if you don't settle down!
for mercy. We beg for justice.
They'll be watching for me. I need to be careful.
Alright, now I've covered that in a satisfying way. You're even cooler, his Mortal Kombat 1 fatality where he uppercuts the opponent's head off. That's true too. That would have been wild to see in that movie. Yeah, it's just some things where it's just like, surely game. Surely you don't need to do it every single time. It's like, yes, we know. It's a restricted area.
Let's go. Yeah. Ella.
Hey there, Afro. Sparta really is beautiful. Yeah, the environments and how they did them in this game is really, really good.
I should be careful.
This is a
High
restricted
security
area.
here.
To the door!
After our entire opening scene, when you reach Sparta with Merlini, you got lucky and reached there at sunset golden hour, pretty much. Oh, that would have been really cool. That's the thing too, you know, with video games having such an advanced weather and environmental system where you can get that kind of thing, you know, time of day and all that, where each person who plays it might get a different setting when they get there. Some might get it how you got it. Some might get it when it's nighttime, you know, or when it's early in the morning and stuff like that.
Huh? Wait, no, you die! Kill!
Get back here! Die! Oh, no, you Malaka! I'll catch you!
Alright, so we took care of that target. No dialogue that I wanted or needed actually happened there. But that's not to worry. Alright, so now we can fast travel back to Sparta. That's why I synchronized this viewpoint, so I didn't have to travel all the way back to this spot to do the final part of this particular quest.
Έναν εξάμενο έχω. Όποιες ώρες ίδιος ή. Λέγει ούτως ότι η συμμορία την άτιν περιοχήν λιμένεται, η φαρπάζωσε.
Tomb of Oreos.
Λέγωση η εμή εξαδέλφια απεκτήσατο πολλά τη χρήματα των πρώτερων μήνα. Ο αυτής πατήρεται εθνίκη. Ήκουσα αγών...
That is true, Afro. One of them is. One of the two.
They'll keep a sharp watch here.
Drop and roll, you fool! Shit! To the death!
Ah, put it down!
I will tear you apart! No escaping me! Die! Malaka! Something! Surround them! They can't escape us all!
Alright, let's clear the map of the bounty so I don't have bounty hunter dialogue interfering with the dialogue I want to get. Alrighty then. Kings of Sparta. Meet Brasidas. After you have a strong gut feeling it's the weaker the one, the modern views dude. Or it could be the other one, There could be a third king that they haven't told you about. That could also be it. All right, so Kings of Sparta, I've numbered that as the 35th main quest. The Family Questline is what I'm doing in phase 2 of this playthrough, and the final quest of that quest line I've got listed as main quest number 52. So we still have a fair way to go. All right, so Kings of Sparta is up next. First, I'm going to cover the sound effects. Afro, because the one with the broken nose is old school hardcore Leonidas fan, you don't think he would be swayed by the cult? Unless he secretly pretends to other people that that's what he wants people to think. I know who it is, by the way. I'm just not committing to who it is yet. Because I might decide to choose the wrong one on purpose. Ephra, well, of course you know. Exactly. But for the purposes of this playthrough, I need to get the evidence that supports the claim of which one is actually the culprit. So you just saw that Melisanthe did a movie with Jason Statham. What's the name of it? Meg 2 or something? Thank you for that big bombastic sound effect game. Stan, yeah, Meg too. She did pretty big stuff after Odyssey, Sandman, Eurovision, and now this. Well, that's really good. It's good to see someone being able to continue to do what they love and being able to do projects. After doing that, the arena thing, you got a job offer, which was pretty cool. Oh, you did? Oh, that's cool. Look at that young dude, his face just screams cultist. Or maybe the cult decided to make all their cult members have that kind of face, just to throw people off. And have people be falsely accusing someone of being a cultist. Can't wait. So the story doesn't seem bad. Which story? What story are you talking about, Kenway? Alright, time to get the different dialogues. Oh, you mean the overall story of Odyssey? Yeah, there's definitely things that work in it, but there's also things that don't.
There you are. I can take you in to see the kings when you're ready.
What do I need to know before I go in?
Ah, that's right. You've never had an audience with the two kings.
I've met Pausanias.
King Pausanias. Ah, really? Kings Pausanias and Archidamos share rulership. Impress them both, and your home will be returned to you.
I didn't expect this to be pleasant.
So these questions are ridiculous. I just want to choose them anyway just to get the dialogue for it. Who is Pausanias? Come on. I would understand if we didn't meet Pausanias or Archidamos or whatever his name is before this point, but Cassandra's already met Pausanias. She knows who he is.
What can you tell me about Pausanias?
He's young. Don't mistake his smile for kindness. As with all kings, those who cross him learn to regret it.
What should I know about Archidamos?
Archidamos is a traditionalist. Not one to back down from a fight. He's also got a temper. Try to stay on his good side.
Kenway, the plots are not so bad. The writings are kind of worse. It has a lot of vanilla responses. Yeah. Yeah, and there's some responses that don't make sense for the character to ask, but they're still there because they're more for the player to actually ask. Afro, who they're going to send to stop you. You know, it's all political doing these jobs for the kings and all. If you had your way, you'll just go to your house, kill anyone who lives, and be on your way. Who they're going to send to stop you. Well, I guess that's true.
Waiting won't make this easier.
Then let's go. Your mother's already inside.
Where are the kings?
There. What do you say now?
You've made your point, Archidamos. I yield.
Another 2 squadrons to Viatir, then. As I said.
Is that how they solve arguments?
Sometimes.
Archidamos' guard has improved. He should thank me.
Brasidas, you've come with news. Let's hear it.
My kings, may I present Merini, descendant of Leonidas, and her daughter Cassandra.
How dare you show your face in Sparta?
Cassandra helped me secure Corinthia, my king. She helped with the Elotes rebellion. They want what's best for Sparta. I beg you to listen.
Let's hear what they have to say before we bloody the palace floor.
Speak, Marini. Why are you here?
I have returned to reclaim my Spartan citizenship, to reclaim our home.
You exiled yourself. Your daughter killed an elder and ran.
Not to mention the crooked nose she gave you.
My family was betrayed, my king. Sparta was betrayed. We've come to expose these traitors.
You haven't cared for Sparta for many years.
Your elders had both her children thrown off a cliff. They tore our family apart.
Cassandra, not here.
But the minute she thought Sparta was in danger, she came back. She brought us both back to help. How dare you accuse her of not caring?
I've heard your grandfather couldn't control his temper either. Marini has made her intentions known. What are yours?
My intentions are to return home. Here, where I was born.
What happened on Taygedos brought shame on Sparta. You and your family have no home here.
First, prove yourself loyal. Bring glory to Sparta, and redeem yourself in the eyes of the gods. Until then, neither you nor your mother have a right to your lands.
Tell me what I must do, and it will be done.
The Spartan army fights the Athenians in Boeotia. Join the commandos there. Come back victorious, or do not return.
You expect me to win a war when your own troops can't?
My troops will crush any army under Helios. And if you want your home back, you'll go to Boeotia and mind your tongue! Good. You're learning. You will find my commander at Mount Helicon. Give him this and tell him I sent you.
Not so fast. 2 kings, 2 tasks.
Heracles completed 12. 2 shouldn't be a problem.
First Spartan thing you've said all day.
The Olympics will be starting soon in Elise, and our fighting champion requires an escort.
You want me to be an escort?
I want you to make sure the Spartans return with a wreath.
That's how she'll bring glory to Sparta? By winning an event in the Olympics?
Not an event, my king. By making sure Sparta wins the entire Olympics.
Perfect.
You have your orders. We'll see you when your tasks are completed.
If they're completed.
I'll get them done. And you'll give us back our home.
There's some Spartan left in you after all.
Brasidas. Show them out. Next.
That went well.
Considering you still have your head on your shoulders, yes, I'd say it went very well.
The kings were generous to give us a second chance.
And all I have to do is win the Olympics.
And a war.
Is there anything you need to know before setting off?
I think I'm ready. And you? What will you do while I'm gone?
I received a message just before we went in.
What kind of message?
A clue to the whereabouts of another cultist. I'm going to Arcadia.
Alone?
The fates are smiling on us. I was ordered there. We can travel together.
That would be helpful. My thanks.
I'll meet you both in Arcadia then. Safe journeys.
Kenway, the young king sounds like a cultist, but Archidamos is acting like one. Brasidas and Nikolaos look so similar. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting observation about the 2 kings as well, with one sounding like someone in particular and the other actually doing the actions of that someone in particular to create confusion, to make you wonder which one is actually the cultist king. Alright, now to cover the other dialogue options.
There you are!
Waiting won't make this easier.
Then let's go. Your mother...
Where
is our... My Cassandra...
not my... Then blame me. I killed the Elder. I started all of this. So if you want someone to prove their loyalty, it should be me.
I'm not sure if I should congratulate you on your honesty, or punish you for the crime you've just confessed. Marini has made her intentions known.
My intentions are to hunt down those who betrayed my family and Sparta, and kill them.
And who exactly do you think betrayed Sparta?
That's what I'm here to find out.
First,
Tell me. Consider the battle won.
Spoken with the confidence of a child who hasn't seen real war. You will find my commander at Mount Helicon.
Now.
And what would you have me do? Conquer the rest of the world?
I'd leave the conquering to Archidamos. The Olympics will be starting soon in Elise, and our fighting champion requires an escort.
You want me to be an escort?
I want you to make sure this... not... you...
Here,
there's...
That's the... And... I think I got a clue.
All right, time for the final run through of that whole conversation.
They...
Wait. Where is our...
My Cassandra...
You... not...
What you say is true. But I swear by the two gods my intentions are pure.
Marini has made her intentions known.
My intent... That...
Bring...
Tell... Consider...
You now... to... I did... You... I... No... You...
Here,
there's...
That's the...
Is there...
What's going on in Viotia?
The Athenian army is pushing Sparta back bit by bit. Winning won't be easy.
If anyone can turn the tide there, it's you.
What do you know about this fighting champion I'm supposed to take to the Olympics?
The Pancratian fighter. His trainer will know where he is.
My thanks.
Things are not quite what they seem, but you must keep this champion safe at all costs to succeed.
I will. One of the kings is a cultist, so one of these tasks is surely a trap. But which one?
Brasidas?
Wouldn't say that within earshot of the palace. But I fought with both of them. I can't believe either is a traitor.
We need to find proof before we make any accusations. Keep your eyes open.
I think I'm ready. And you? What will you do while I'm gone?
I received a message just...
Sparta has missed you.
I know you do what's right in your heart, but you have to put your family first, Lam.
All right, there we go. So we covered all the sound effects in that whole scenario, and we covered all the different dialogue. So for those wondering why, when choosing alternate dialogue, I skip some parts, it's for me later when I'm actually looking back at this footage to figure out the editing of it. There's no point in me seeing the same dialogue play out that I've already heard. That's the same dialogue that plays no matter what choice you make multiple times. So when I have chosen a dialogue option that has a certain amount of dialogue, I just keep on skipping if we've already heard it. and then rinse and repeat for the other options and all that kind of stuff. All right, so that is that quest done. And we get 2 quests here. So you can choose to go and do the stuff for King Pausanias first, if you like, which is the Olympian Odyssey chapter. Or you can go and do what the other king, Akidamos, wanted you to do. Or you can go and do the kill or not to kill quest. You have to do all 3, but you can decide when you want to do them. However, as for me, I'm not doing either of them or any of them in this stream. I'm going to leave that for next stream. I think this is a good point to actually end the stream at. I was hoping to get to the quest that I had numbered as main quest at least 42 before the end of the stream, but getting to this one, which I've numbered as the one that I choose to do, is the Olympics one, because I don't really like the Olympic storyline. So the one that I'll do first is the delivering a champion, which is like 36, main quest 36 out of 52. The Family Questline is where I'm going to end this phase at, but there's more that I'm going to do for this audio focus in the future. But for now, I'm just focused on phase 1, which is just the Family Questline. So that's where I'm going to end this stream for today. Let's see, I'd better make a save. So the next stream of this will be when it's Monday for me. It already is, but I definitely won't be streaming in the next 5 minutes. This is where I'm going to end this stream, and then the next stream you'll see from me will be this game again. So if you see me streaming it, you know it's become Monday in Australia. I'll see if I finish this tomorrow. I'm going to push to see if I can get this phase done tomorrow, and then that would make Tuesday a different Assassin's Creed game. But I don't know until we get towards the end of tomorrow's stream whether Tuesday will be a different game in the series, or if I'll keep doing this because I have more to do. Because this process does take a long time to go through all the different dialogue choices, as well as all the different parts with sound effects only as well. Doing multiple passes of the same scene, sometimes 5-6 times, definitely makes things a bit slower paced with progression. Hey there, Salcat. You're right on time. Welcome on in. Just about to end the stream. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's playing through Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He's doing a stealth challenge playthrough with that game. He also has a lot of funny channel point rewards related to audio files, sound bites from Assassin's Creed especially, but also from Red Dead Redemption, as well as GTA related to success or failure jingles that happen. When you redeem a success, for example, it'll randomly select from a list of which one it will actually play. So you never know which one you're going to get. So he's playing through that Assassin's Creed game. Lucinda's also playing through Assassin's Creed games. She's up to Assassin's Creed Liberation. On Mondays and Tuesdays, she's playing Assassin's Creed games. She's also doing a horror game called Dayman 1998. A Game Fanatic is also playing Assassin's Creed. He's doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. He's also done Assassin's Creed Origins as well. And Mr. Gote has been doing some Days Gone. He's also a fan of horror games like Outlast, as well as games by the Supermassive studio who did Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures games, and all that kind of stuff as well. And I would also like to give a shout out as well to Shin the Ninja Penguin as well. He's a streamer of Assassin's Creed Origins at the moment. He's also played through Assassin's Creed Odyssey before, as well as a lot of JRPG games and MMORPGs as well. And we're going to go and raid a streamer, Skipper, DK97. He's playing Evil Within, the first one. So here's a raid message that is a standard one. Here's a raid message that is for followers, and there's also one. Oh, hang on, I forgot. No, don't want to pin that comment. Whoop. Just need to do a different variation. There we go. So that's a variation of the standard one. Here's a variation of the free follower one. And here's one for subscribers. Hey there, Lidus. That's absolutely no worries, dude. Thank you so much for the lurking. I really do appreciate it. There we go. I think with Skipper's channel, when you put the same thing more than at least 2 times, it treats it as a spam message. So that's why I did those edited versions of the raids, just in case. That's what actually was triggering it. But I just want to thank everyone for watching, and I'll catch you next time.